Do you? 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 Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demon!
Face me!
Do you want to play?
Show me your hate!
Show me your rage. Do you want to play? Do you want to? Do you?
Bury yourselves in hell! Bury yourselves in hell!
Miserable creatures, creepy ass creatures, dirty asshole creatures.
Burn in hell! Burn!
Demons!
Burn!
Do you want to play?
Burn in hell!
Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demons. Do you want to play? Answer me. Face me. Do you want to play? Show me your hate. Show me your rage. Do you want to play? Do you? Do you? Hear yourselves in miserable creatures. Creepy ass creatures. Dirty asshole creatures.
Yes.
Do you think that people want young women to be strong and independent?
Not really. Now that you mention it, not really.
They don't.
No.
Is it?
This is the real experience.
Can't you put those tights on?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I would have dressed.
I kind of thought I was gonna be in and out of shops. I've been outside for a while now. Okay. This is the hard part. These are fleece lined though. It'll be so much better.
No one's gonna tell. I mean, who's gonna tell you to know?
Yeah, no.
It's fine. It's socially fine. It's not a problem. You're not a threat to anyone.
No.
You're not gonna show your big penis in public with words. No one is concerned. So.
Okay, we're good. So much better.
And it's legitimate. It's funny.
Okay, alright, that is so much better. Whew. My body temp went down and I didn't realize it, and it just started shivering like crazy. Okay. We're locked in.
Okay, Grace. So see how you went from being uncomfortable to being comfortable?
Yeah.
Is that feminine or masculine?
Feminine?
It's feminine. Do people want you to become more hardened to the post?
No.
There will come a time when you look back and realize I told you the truth. I showed you. I proved it. Observable truth. Verifiable truth. I showed you what this realm is. I showed you how it works. I showed you where you are. I showed you how the pieces fit. I shared evidence. I shared evidence. I proved it. You have no one to blame if you deny it and run away from it.
I did show you. Hello. Hello. I did show you. I did show you. And I took away your excuses on purpose.
skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. Expose them.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. Burn in hell. Burn. 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 Burn.
Yes.
People want young women to be strong and independent.
Not really. Now that you mention it, not really.
They don't.
No.
Is it? Is it?
This is the real experience.
Can't you put those tights on?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm doing.
Nah, I would have dressed.
I kind of thought I was gonna be in and out of shops. I've been outside for a while now. Okay. This is the hard part. These are fleece lined though. It'll be so much better.
No one's gonna tell. I mean, who's gonna tell you that?
Yeah, no.
It's fine. It's socially fine. It's not a problem. You're not a threat to anyone.
No.
You're not gonna show your big penis in public as words. One is concerned.
And a lot of it's 2026 and It's 2026. It's 2026. It's 2026, and a lot of modern men are feeling lost again. And what does that mean? I've been trying to figure it out myself. And as I try to navigate these spaces that I incorporate myself into online, it's become overwhelmingly obvious that there's not an easy answer. You know, there's this overwhelming pressure we all feel just to pretend like we have it figured out. We look at our screens and we see the highlights of our friends and families, but we just see the polished versions and think, yeah, that's not really what it looks like. And if I'm just being honest with you, I think that we are walking through the dark and hoping we don't trip over the furniture or stub our toe. I've been thinking a lot lately about what it actually means to be lost. We give that word a negative connotation, like it's a failure of navigation.
He had to do
Probably
something.
would told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked. He had to do
Probably
something.
when he told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good up to that point, you know, because he's like wears all the perfumes, all the
colognes, yeah,
the colognes, yeah, all that stuff.
He does.
And I was maybe wearing 2-day-old pants, and he could smell it from a mile away. So they call me Dirty Laundry for it's
I
not
remember
just my P-Star name.
You told me that he said he saw you one day, and then the next day he pulled aren't those the same pants you wore yesterday?
Yep. He was watching me.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, my funniest thing with him was definitely when I picked him up from the airport and then we were driving to, I think, Berkeley.
People showed up. We had a big live crowd. So I was hoping that tonight we could replicate the success of the last stream, and it looks good so far. So far, so good. And football's going to be over after tomorrow, and then we're going to move on and talk about other stuff, and I'm going to see my viewership go down. So enjoy it while it lasts, because it's going to be over soon. And if you're still here having fun, hit the thumbs up button. All right, Antonio. Hello?
Tigga.
Yep, I should have known better. So there's a shill who's been trying to get in using different accounts. And so I spotted him, kicked him out of
Scooter Boy seems to be very proud of his scooter. Wow. The music is very disconcerting. He has very strange taste in music. I haven't liked any of the music this guy's done. None of it.
Thinking maybe the end of time, but that's alright.
It's the high-pitched treble music. It's the chipmunk-sounding music. I think it sucks. It's very soft and effeminate. There's nothing masculine about Landry, including his taste in music. And everything about this guy is just disgusting. It's gross. Alex Stein said he stinks. And I bet he does. I bet he does stink like shit. That's what Alex Stein said. He stinks like shit. Scooter Boy. Ugh. Ugh.
This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father.
I love you, my children.
I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathed life into you. I love you.
And I heard you too!
Your father! You have no mother. Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies, and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me. Bow down and kneel. I am God, the real deal. I am your God, the Father. Worship me, praise me. Get down on your bloody knees. Praise me. God the Father. Genesis. In Genesis, God created evil. God loves evil. God created darkness. God made hell. God is the devil. The devil. God's heart beats you down, down, down. Beats you down. His heart beats you down. Lucifer, morning star. Jesus, morning star. How they wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little jar. Abominations, revelations. God loves demons. God loves demons. God rewards liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole. Liars. This is a hell realm. God loves slaves. God loves zombies. God. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Mad laughter rides a howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
The king is here.
Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign.
Yeah. Forever reigns. The king is here. King. And I am filling in tonight for the king. This is UFO Jesus. This is UFO Jesus. And this is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Yeah. I love it. Hello, Anna Faye, and hello, Rachel. Rachel probably left, I would guess. She's from the Panelverse. I think she dips in and dips out. I tend to know people that way. I think she watches certain channels like maybe Yolanda, Tarek, those types of places. I don't think she's really interested in what I'm doing here. I just don't buy it. When Panelverse people come around, I don't think they stick around. For a show, I don't think they stick around long. I just don't buy it. I think the whole Panelverse is shit. Not just the channels, but their viewers, their audience. OTW, Landry's Modern Men, Losers Again, Talcott's channel, on and on. They're just shit. They're shitheads. All of them. It's not just one or two. All of them.
They don't know any more than you do. They're just trying to find the truth, as much of the truth as they can. Sometimes they make mistakes. Sometimes they misinterpret. And we all have our inherent biases in all of this stuff. But it doesn't mean that the information's not legitimate to one degree or another. And this is where we need to have absolute discernment among ourselves.
This guy just spews talking points in the first little bit that I've tuned in. It sounds like that's what he does. Wayne, just talking points. We all need discernment. We all blah, blah, blah. Stuff you've heard a million times before. And it's just empty. And that's the way so many people are these days. They feel like they're intelligent, they feel like they're profound, they feel like they're saying something, but they're just spewing stuff that you could hear any baby truther spew or any normie these days. That's all it is.
Ourselves and be able to parse through things for ourselves. You could listen to everybody. I like this. This is what Bill Cooper used to tell people. He said, read everything, listen to everyone, but don't believe it unless you could prove it through your own research. That's what everybody needs.
Nobody can do that, though. That doesn't even make any sense. To read everyone, listen to everyone, it's impossible. That's an impossibility. And then 90 to 99% of your time you're wasting on shit. If you use discernment, what you could do is avoid keeping that shit on the table and shit channels and shit content and shills and focus on what has real, deep, alchemical gold value. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But people don't want to do that. They want to watch a whole bunch of shit, like Bill Cooper advised, to watch and listen and read all kinds of shit. But none of you have the time to do that. And even if you had all the time every day, no one can do it. There's way too much information to read everyone, to watch everyone, to listen. You just can't do it. And most of it, again, is shit. Most out there is shit. That's what it is.
Needs to do. So this is really studying and delving into that very deeply. And this is often what happens in these types of situations. And they throw all the information out. They throw the baby out with the bathwater, proverbially. This is how they operate. And sometimes they'll find people that know a little bit of something, and maybe they do have some type of quirk or something that they could work with to discredit these people. And this is often what happens in these types of situations and scenarios. But as far as the biofield goes, Rose, I've been really studying and delving into that very deeply, and I could attach all the occult concepts to that, the aura and everything else. Essentially what this biofield is that's being spoken of is the etheric body of man. And this is massively important because there's a lot going on in that regard right now in the world that we're in. And it's all about influence through the etheric into the physical manifestation here. So this is a very important thing. And there are certain scientific ways they could view this aura, if you want to call it that, or biofield in certain regards here. But largely it reaches into an unknowable type area when you're looking at the etheric portion of reality, because this is something that you can't objectively measure in a scientific way. So it's a very subjective thing, but it's massive.
In her comments, this Rob person said, I was smoking pot on a load. They couldn't even spell loading dock. And lady got mad because she could smell it through her mask. I calmly asked, you think it's going to stop COVID then? Smiled at her and continued. And this is the level they're at. They're just functioning at a low fucking level. Smoking pot on loading docks and just cretins, just degenerates, basically. I don't care if you smoke weed or not, but why even mention it? Like these stoners, pot smokers, always are constantly talking about, oh, I was smoking pot. No one cares. Like, if you do care, you're kind of messed up, because who wants to hear that all the time? That's all they have to say. Just low-level idiots all over the place. There you go. Not a brain in the chat room over there. Not a comment that's intelligent.
Massively important to a lot of the things going on, because they are actually affecting that portion of reality to bring about manifestations in the physical here, in the dense physical. So that's just an aside for another time. I think we got a little off topic, but the whole Epstein dump, it's the same thing. So now you have all kinds of people, whatever flavor is your favorite.
The whole Epstein dump is a dump. No arrests. People will say there's over 3 million records released and videos and photos and emails and names. Not a single arrest. Doesn't that tell you something? It doesn't just tell you that evil rules the realm. There's psyops involved. There's trickery. They play you like fucking fools. They get people worked up about shit. They own your minds. They own your emotions. They own most of you humans, your spirit. They have you. They have you. They have you in chains. They can rile you up. They can own you.
Is talking about this. So if you like Dan Bongino or whatever his name is, who worked for the intelligence agency and then quit, and now he's back to podcasting again. Explain that to me. But I digress on that. Yeah. So you have all these different personalities again talking about this kind of stuff. So whatever your flavor is, they got you. They have your attention with it now, and you'll probably believe you'll come into the topic with.
They have your attention, which is part of what sorcerers and witches want, is to get your focus, your attention. And it works. They use the media, they use the government, they use, oh, we release this and this and this. And they have not only your attention, they have you emotionally attached, emotionally invested, anchoring you to this realm. Getting angry about shit you can't prove, you can't do shit about. There's going to be no arrests, and they get all worked up. They get people, normies yelling about this stuff and angry, and some of them are saying all men are bad and men should be, and they're blaming men. They blame all men for what they see in the Epstein files. I've seen that. I just watched a video earlier today with that, blaming all men for the Epstein shit, blaming all men. And this is what a lot of feminist women do. And all of this works to keep you attached to this realm. And that's why I always say most of you aren't going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. You might as well have the biggest cruise ship anchors and aircraft carrier anchors that are thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds. And the chains for those anchors are thousands and thousands of pounds. Tons of heavy steel is around your ankles. You're not going anywhere because they got you, and they can get you not just with the Epstein files, but with anything they want. That's the reality with most of you humans. They play with you, these demons. They own you. Get it straight. They own you because you let them. And I'm trying to provoke you to break free from that shit. I'm not saying they own you so that you'll be owned. I'm trying to get you to say, I don't want to be owned. I don't want to be a slave. But most in this realm are slaves, and they don't do any work to free themselves. They don't choose freedom. They choose to follow. That's what they do.
With the bias of that figure that they put in front of you, that character. That's the best way to describe it, like you did, Rose. Character. And they use that all the time. So you were going to say something? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't remember what I was going to say, but I remember.
Rose forgot what she was going to say. I'm going to have to email her something. I haven't seen her around in weeks. I haven't heard from her. Rob said, it is a spiritual war, 100%, just all one sentence. 100%, I've come to the conclusion 15 years ago. Wow. That's quite a conclusion. And are you praying to God, Robbie? Because a lot of you will claim, oh, I'm awake. I'm awake. Really? Really? I don't believe you.
I'm thinking of something now to say, which is that Roseanne Barr, great example. She's such a character, and people could write her off as being crazy or just chalk it up to her trying to be an exaggerating comedian. But it wasn't that many years ago that even to Tucker Carlson, she was talking about adrenochrome and trafficking and.
Yeah, so Roseanne Barr sold out to become famous. Nobody on the world stage as famous as Roseanne Barr gets there by accident. She was told to play a role as the truth teller, the whistleblower of Hollywood for years. She's as demonic as all of the rest. And a lot of you don't want to see it. She's a multi-millionaire and famous. And she's played you like fools. Most baby truthers would say Roseanne Barr said about this stuff. Yeah, she was given a script. She's an actress. And she was told. She acted on a TV show, a sitcom, for years and years. She's acted on talk shows. I think she had her own talk show on TV. She's done a lot of shit. She's been in Hollywood for decades. Decades. They allow her to do that. They hand her a script and say, Roseanne, you have a new role. You're going to play the whistleblower in mainstream media. You're going to get people believing that you're exposing Hollywood. This is simple to see. Rose needs to watch, well, she won't do it, but she would do well to watch more of my channel and see how things work rather than for decades more have this half-assed understanding and believe that there's whistleblowers in Hollywood that are just allowed to tell on Hollywood. If she wasn't part of them, they'd wipe her out. They'd silence her in a second, in a heartbeat. She'd be done. She'd disappear. She'd be where Jimmy Hoffa is. This is simple. This isn't difficult. And this is what frustrates me, not just about Rose, but about millions of truthers. They just can't see it. They think, oh, yeah, go Roseanne. She's exposing them.
And they use that all the time. So you were going to say something? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't remember what I was going to say, but I'm thinking of something now to say, which is that Roseanne Barr, great example. She's such a character, and people could write her off as being crazy or just chalk it up to her trying to be an exaggerating comedian. But it wasn't that many years ago that even to Tucker Carlson, she was talking about adrenochrome and trafficking and murdering children. And I mean, his response is like night and day to how he's acting right now. So he has been initiated, and it's almost like his brain has been transmuted, not necessarily meaning he's awake to the whole game. I still feel like some of these mainstream people aren't fully understanding like what's exactly going on, but it seems like they're trying and they're being more open-minded. But yeah, people like Roseanne Barr, all the things that she said that people thought were crazy, now it's just like
So Rose is buying the script, unfortunately. She's buying that Roseanne is a whistleblower. She's buying the Tucker Carlson role that he plays. You know, his daddy was CIA connected, and Tucker has been involved in the system since he was a child, since he was a teenager. Tucker's part of the system as much as Anderson Cooper and Roseanne Barr. And like people have to, well, they don't have to. They probably never will. They'll probably never understand what I've been saying for so long. And I've said it, I don't know how many live streams. Fame is controlled. All of it. Whether you're an actor, an actress on the mainstream media, an athlete at the top, a famous comedian like Robin Williams or whatever famous comedian, Richard Pryor in the old days, they're all initiated. You don't get fucking famous in this realm unless you're part of the club. And some dummies will, baby truthers will jump in. George Carlin said it's a big club and he's not in it. Well, he was in it too. He was in it. He did tons of HBO specials. You don't get to do specials and fucking go on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson and Jay Leno and all that shit and David Letterman unless you're part of it. It's all controlled. Okay? So if you're a famous comedian or you're a famous Hollywood whatever, you're part of it. Does it mean they know everything? No. But does it mean they're controlled? Yes. Does it mean they can speak freely and just no, they can't. They can't. They're controlled because fame itself is controlled in this realm. No one gets famous on talents and merit and skills alone. Do you understand? No matter how well you could play guitar, how well you could sing, how well you could act, how well you could paint, it is controlled. And they control it. Freemasonry is involved in that and other groups. Do I think Rose understands this? No, I don't think she does, based on what she just said about Roseanne Barr and the other stuff. I don't think she has that understanding of how controlled fame is. She's like many other normies and quote truthers that would say, well, Roseanne spoke out against them. Well, that's part of the script. She's part of them. I know you can't understand this, but that's how it actually works. because it's no skin off their back if she wasn't part of them to silence her.
Common knowledge.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. I mean, so they let Roseanne Barr go out and speak on a mainstream platform like Tucker Carlson how long ago? And at that time, it was before any of this has now been validated through the Epstein files and stuff. So this is part of the normalization process. It's the shifting of the Overton window. We've talked about this ad nauseum in the past.
Have you? I've spoken about how they could normalize anything, and I've gone so far, I would say beyond most on YouTube, maybe beyond all of them, to say they could normalize cannibalism, where you could be sitting down at a Denny's or an Applebee's or whatever, name your little chain, restaurant chain, or a Burger King, whatever, Wendy's, and eating fucking human flesh, babies on a plate, human skulls opened up where it's served to you hot, steaming hot human brain with the skull on the plate, and on the menu listed as human body parts. And this could be normalized in your lifetime in the next 20 years. I'm on record saying that in past live streams. Do I think most people understand what I'm saying? No, I don't. I don't think there's millions in this realm. I don't think there's millions of people that would nod their heads and say, yeah, Steven's correct. They would be able to do that if they so wanted to, if they so desired to normalize human cannibalism in the West, in America, in Canada, in the UK, in Australia. I'm talking about in civilized, advanced, first world Western countries. I'm not talking about quote unquote normalizing it in fucking third world shitholes where it would they'd have no opposition to it. I'm talking about where you fucking live, most of you, where you tuned in, trying to get through to your head, through your heads with something. They can normalize anything because the masses go along with almost everything, and they can gradually normalize the most hideous, degenerate, demonic shit imaginable. And a lot of you humans have rage issues already. You have issues with true speakers. You have ego issues. You have issues with following along. You have a lot of issues. Humanity has a lot of fucking issues. And that's part of the reason why they can guide you this way, guide you that way. You're very malleable and not very moral. And you'll make fun of beings like me for being moral and poke fun on YouTube. Because most of you running channels are absolute shit. You're degenerate losers.
They'll present to you an extreme looking situation, and the more extreme the better, because slowly they start shifting toward that as the new normal. And they even use that terminology, the new normal. You remember all of that through the whole COVID nonsense too?
Well, that was actually brilliant marketing, the new normal. They could use that exact same slogan, we'll call it again, easily. They could say this is the new normal. You have to eat babies to control world population, to control the weather, where the greenhouse effect and global warming and climate change. You got to eat the babies. They already had a skit in a sense of someone's shouting that out at what's her name? AOC, that politician was speaking, and this woman went, and I think it was an actress hired to do that. We got to eat the babies to save the world. Do I think they could normalize that in 20 years? Yes, I do. Do I think they could do it in 2 weeks or 2 months? Probably not. Could they get quite a few people in 2 weeks, though, or 2 months? Yeah. They could get, I bet they could get millions in this realm to agree right away in weeks. But to really normalize it, I think it would take somewhere between now and the next 20 years. It doesn't have to take a full 20. They might be able to pull it off in 8 or 10 years if they worked at it. But do I think they could pull that off? Yes, because I think most people are not strong moral beings at this point in this state of humanity, in this hell realm. They don't have principles, morals, values. They're not strong. Spiritually, they're very weak, and they're followers. And that's a recipe for they can be programmed to normalize just about any evil that you could imagine. And I'm sure the evil ones running this system are imagining all sorts of scenarios as possibilities. And humans, for the most part, go along with shit.
New normal. And
Right.
now we're seeing the ramifications of it today.
Let's
So
add that
here
to
we
the
are.
timeline. Remember, we were going through our timeline with everything starting on March 11th with the word lockdown, and now I remember the safe and effective line was with the vaccine. But what was the stay home, stay safe?
You can always tell baby truthers though, because 6 years after 2020, this was their big introduction, and it's something they are stuck on. And Rose isn't the only one, and this guy's not the only one. There's a lot stuck on 2020. And that's part of what they want you to be, just like with 9/11. They want you to stay stuck on certain events. And you'll go to your grave and you're stuck. Your main focus was on events that you can't go back and change at all. You're stuck. You're fixated. And people that are baby truthers always love to talk about 2020 endlessly. They never get over it. I'm not saying to forget it, but I'm saying there's a whole lot more to focus on, and they have you stuck on 6 years ago. They have you stuck in the past. And that's a victory for evil. They have you stuck in the past.
Essential workers, and then the new normal. And I remember that you and I did have a conversation in 2020, and it wasn't like a deep conversation, but you said we're never going back. And at the time, this was for a very short period, but I thought, oh, don't give up so quickly. Like, how do you know now is the time? Like, now it's really, how do you know that this is a turning point and that like the masks aren't going to go away? Because that was really difficult for me to hear. I didn't want to believe it. But sure enough, you are right. Even to this day, we still see it and it's like been it's been assimilated into our culture in the same way that masks were in Asian countries prior to 2020. So that was part of it. What was the phrase that you just said? The new normal. So that's when you said the new normal, and I was like, why are you repeating a phrase that they're saying on the new?
Rose will call it a hell realm on my channel, but I don't think she ever will on her channel, really. Especially if someone else is there. Maybe if I'm there as a guest, but if Wayne's there or someone else, I don't think she will. See, I don't think she really believes it because it's something she doesn't want to hear or believe, just like the new normal or this is never going away. Rose is the type where she's emotional based, where if she doesn't want to believe something, she won't. If it doesn't feel good. And this is a hell realm. It doesn't matter how it makes you feel emotionally, Rose or Wayne, if he watches this. I don't know who that Wayne is at all. But if they happen to watch it, and anyone over there in their chat and anyone in my chat, it doesn't matter. It doesn't give a damn about your emotions. Your emotions don't mean shit to this hell realm. Doesn't matter. But it's all the better if you do get emotional and deny the truth, then this realm wins. Which is what most of you do. You get emotional over the truth. You deny what's true and you follow what's false. That's what humans are experts at. I'll repeat that. You deny what's true, most of you humans, and you follow what's false. And it's out of your emotions because what's true is something that doesn't make you feel good. Just like Rose. She didn't want to believe in 2020 that you're not going back from this. Doesn't matter when they end it. It's changed Western society for the rest of our lives and potentially for generations, maybe forever, maybe forever. It's possible, but it definitely changed things. And 6 years later, it hasn't gone back to the quote old normal, and it won't. And she didn't want to believe that. And that's the crux of the thing, where she's like many, she doesn't want to believe. And it's about belief for her. It's not about what's true or not. It's about belief and emotions. And that is something that's a huge weakness with humans. They don't want to face the truth. They want their beliefs and they want what feels good. And if it doesn't feel good, they'll resist it and say, well, that can't be true. It doesn't feel good. The truth would make me feel good. This doesn't feel good to hear that we're not going back, that this has fucked our society and people falling for this. And I don't think I could, Rose might watch this at some point. I don't think I can help her see, because I think she's the same way today as she was in 2020. the deep, important truths that I speak about on my channel, I think she resists. And I'm not faulting her. There's millions and millions and millions like her. That's the most common thing of all in this realm, is for people to resist the truth, to deny it, to run away from it, to get emotional, to want to embrace what's false, to want to fix or save this realm. Go ahead. You're just getting yourself into the recycling bin. That's where that leads. That strategy is a failed strategy. You'll never fix hell realm into heaven. It's exactly what this place wants you to try to do. You failed before you even start. You're trying something that's mission impossible. This place isn't broken. It's designed to be this way. And some of you, I would say many of you, are going to learn that the hard way. When you're in the bin and your last seconds where you're realizing that you fucked up, you should have been focused not on trying to fix the unfixable, but on paying attention and listening to something that's important and meaningful and helpful, which is what most of you don't do. These two will rehash 2020, which is very common. You could find 1,000 or 10,000 channels doing that right now on YouTube. Nothing new. And it won't help you one bit.
News. And I don't remember what your response was, but it was because it just was the truth that was being revealed at the time, that there's going to be a new normal and everything's going to change psychologically for our culture and people's perception of the government and conformity. So add that to our timeline.
I have to laugh at people that think 2020, 6 years later, is a big deal and they see the conformity. You ain't seen nothing yet compared to what's coming. You people take 6 years to digest 2020. I'm looking ahead to what they're going to pull on you. And if you think it's bad now, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's going to get way worse. And a lot of you would say, how can you see that? Because I'm not like you. I can see ahead. A lot of you can only see in hindsight. I can see ahead. It's going to get a lot worse. And there's nothing you can do about it. Your emotions aren't going to change shit.
Fine.
Yeah, and here we are 6 years later, and there's still idiots riding around with a mask on in their car alone. So I don't know. I mean, I tried telling people back.
Here we are 6 years later, and you're still talking about 2020, fixated on that. In another 6 years, you'll still be talking about it 12 years post 2020. I know you will. In 2032, you'll still be talking about 2020 and missing what's going on in the present moment, that day, that year, that day, and not looking ahead and not saying, how am I preparing my spirit for when I leave my body? You won't do that. You'll be looking back at 2020, doing exactly what they want you to do. You're doing exactly what they want truthers to do. That's another reason I'll never group myself in, never call myself a truther. There's liars on YouTube saying, claiming, making false claims that I call myself the king of truthers. Never have I called myself that. Never. A lot of you are just liars, and you just want to talk about the past, similar to nostalgic people that want to talk about high school football, or women that want to talk about how they were a cheerleader in high school, or talk about whatever. You're just nostalgic. You sound nostalgic for 2020. That was a highlight moment in your lives.
Back then, and I don't like being right about this stuff. Believe me, I would love to be totally wrong about everything. I would love to be
of the government and conformity. So add that to our timeline.
Yeah, and here we are 6 years later, and there's still idiots riding around with a mask on in their car alone. So I don't know. I mean, I tried telling people back then, and I don't like being right about this stuff. Believe me, I would love to be totally wrong about everything I've talked about in the past and everything I'm talking about currently. I would love to be wrong. I would be nothing that would satisfy my heart more than being wrong about this stuff. But sadly, we look around and we see every step of the way we were pointing out exactly what's coming next, what's coming down the pike next. And now we're seeing a lot of it rolling out in real time in front of our eyes. And it's bad. They use these same psychological ploys over and over again. They know that human psychology, human beings have a propensity to adapt to anything that's thrown at them if they're given enough time and it's a gradual introduction and they're exposed to it long enough. They'll adapt to that encroachment upon them. And that they've taken advantage of fully. And now we see that. We saw that as a real time experiment happening for the past 6 years. Now, it boggles my mind. I have some friends from going back to high school and college and stuff, going way back years and years, that I still keep in touch with a little bit on Facebook. And lo and behold, I saw just the other day, one of my friends was talking about how he just got his COVID vaccine, his COVID booster, and his some other shot or something while he was there, and now he's good to go and stuff like that. And it's like some people just never learn. They never learn, and they're still out there doing all the nonsense. And they're well-meaning, well-intentioned people. They just don't know any better. And how do you live under a rock? I just can't understand. But then
I know you can't understand. You'll talk and talk, but you don't understand your own friends. He says they don't know any better. You make excuses for them. Keep on making excuses for humanity. Keep going.
when I think about things like that, then I begin to realize all the more just how much of our news feed and stuff on social media is tailor-made to us. And that's something that most people don't seem to understand. So a lot of the people out there that are from an opposing perspective to you may be seeing a totally different reality than you are on the TV
Absolutely.
screen.
Like we're talking about it like everyone on earth is talking about the Epstein files, but this might just actually be a minority of people who are looking at it. But from our perspective, it's like with the people that the personalities that we're exposed to and the content creators that are in our sphere of being influenced or influencing are all just following the hot topic of the day, which is so cringe, but also it's like, you want to acknowledge reality and not just ignore the negative. Now is the time to not be exhausted, right? Like that wonderful quote by Michael Hoffman about that alchemical crucible and how people are, being normalized to things. There was something I wanted to bring up. Oh, very quickly. We never brought this up, but we're streaming to two different channels right now. So if you're watching this on the Rose 777 channel, you should head over to Wayne's channel, Alchemical Tech Revolution, and hit that subscribe button. And always make sure that you catch the Poppycock Report there, because honestly, I mean, this is kind of on topic. My channel is kind of like a graveyard of the past. Yeah, they gave it back to me after it was terminated, but it will never be the same. Kind of the same as what happened to Crow's channel after his channel was reinstated. And so I don't know if you feel that the algorithms are working in your favor or not, but I figure that you're putting out such great content. You're doing real research, and you've just recently put out a new book, right?
Yeah, I'm still not reaching the numbers of people that I should by rights be reaching at this point for as long as my YouTube channel has been around and stuff like that. So I'm still kind of shadow banned a little bit here and there, but I'm trying to fight back against that. I actually have a website, so if people want to go check out my website, www.alchemical.
He's kind of shadow banned here and there. I have a channel with over 4,444. What is it? 4,452 subscribers on the Sanity Machine. It's gone up only 21 in the last 28 days. I'm almost at 4,500 subs. You want to talk shadow banned? I have 12 people tuned in out of 4,500 subscribers. I'm extremely shadow banned. They've done that to my channel for well over a year, 2 years now. Figure it out. Do I think most people can figure that out? No, I don't. I don't buy it. I think most people are too dumb at this point to even see that my channel is being throttled, hidden, shadow banned. I think most are too dumb. Truthers are too dumb to see that. They can't see it. Yeah, it's very quiet, but 12 people tuned in out of the entire realm, out of the entire internet, and I have 4,500 subs. Almost 4,500. I'm less than 50 away from 4,500. Figure it out. That's what they've done to my channel. They can hit a switch so that I go live and it reaches almost nobody. Subscribers and new people. I should have 20 or 30 new people tuned in every time I go live, maybe 50 tuned in that just want to watch live streams, that are interested in these topics, that aren't even subbed, but I don't. And it's too much for most of you to figure out. Here's the Epstein files. It's bait for truthers. Congratulations. They got you again. They got you hooked again. Congrats. Congrats. You did exactly what the top ones at Team Evil running the show want you to do. And that's what truthers do. They're gullible.
Tech Revolution.
Like that whole pizza space gate thing. They can get you easily.
Everything I do is centralized there. So I'm trying to like get away from like the YouTubes of the world and stuff like that as much as I can to try to keep on pushing and keep on putting stuff out. But yeah, my newest book is out. It's called
Wayne wants to keep on pushing. Now he's advertising in his newest book. He advertised his website. Now he's promoting his newest book. You can't make this shit up. More cushion for the pushing, Wayne. Why don't you get a chick with a big booty?
The Enoch Polarity and the End of Time. That's available now, and that actually can to try to keep on pushing and keep on putting stuff out. But yeah, my newest book is out. It's called The Enoch Polarity and the End of Time. That's available now, and that actually has been doing quite well. It's interesting. It's really laying down the spiritual foundation of what it is that we're seeing happening right now, and how it all relates to various things that have been covered in the past by others, and connects some of the dots that have never been connected for people before. So it's interesting conceptually to look at. And here's the other thing, Rose, and vice versa here. If you're listening on my channel, go over and subscribe to Rose's channel. Even though it is a graveyard for old stuff, she still puts stuff out on there once in a while, and it's worth going back and listening to. What was it? Maybe a year and a half ago, they reinstated his YouTube channel once again. I was surprised to find that out. I had something randomly come across my feed one day, and he's still talking about a lot of the same stuff that he's been talking about. And give him credit where credit's due. He's been right on some things, hasn't he? So he's of the same kind of mindset. He knows that all of these psychological operations and stuff are going on. But I haven't seen anything from him in ages now. So I don't know what he's up to. And
we got our channels both at the same time. One thing that he scared me about that didn't come true yet was in 2016. I remember he was talking about how all the Walmarts were designed and constructed so that they can be converted to concentration camps, and then it was showing how like the shelves could be moved back and forth so that they can be like different sized rooms for different purposes. So when COVID hoax did begin, I was like, oh my gosh, are they going to use the Richie from Boston Walmart concentration camp thing?
As kind of an interesting aside to that may connect to what he actually said there, I see that ICE is actually spending millions and millions of dollars buying up warehouses and things like that to convert them into detention facilities. So who knows? Maybe it was more of the soft rollout of that, the shifting of the Overton window, to get people conditioned into accepting something like that in the near future. And of course, we have that whole alligator Alcatraz thing that had turned up as well. Remember all of that hype that went on all that long ago? So all these ideas are out there now, and they're largely an accepted thing. People accept that that's going on. So I don't know.
I'm trying to think of if there's anything else about the character. In Japanese, the word mascot is character, and I thought that was funny because it obviously they write it in katakana, which means it's a foreign word, and so I just find it so fascinating which words are in hiragana, which is the original language, so it's its own alphabet, and then katakana is for foreign words. So there wouldn't be an appropriate way to spell Wayne in hiragana, so you'd have to utilize katakana to kind of spell out those sounds, because they don't really have words that sound like Wayne. And so for example, a lion is a lion, and it's because they didn't have lions, and someone who spoke a different language came over and probably introduced the concept of a lion to them. And did you also know that tempura isn't even Japanese? I think it's like Portuguese, and the word that they have for monkey isn't even from their original language. So I know that that is a huge aside, and I don't even know why I brought that up. I'm so sorry, but I was trying to think of anything else that we needed to cover about the Epstein information dump and all of the endless black squares.
Oh, there's just so much. There's so much to all of this. So the whole notion that all of this stuff is now coming to the
There's so much in all of it that I haven't heard anything that helps me understand things better or taught me anything so far being tuned into your show. You two have just been rambling. Anyway, that's my honest assessment. Here's a new meme that I made while live streaming tonight. It's a strange situation to be in a hell realm and having to convince slaves they're in hell. It is strange. Most people in this realm can't see where the fuck they are. They can't do it. They're not even close to doing it. They're not even close to seeing where they are. They can't see where they are. And it is a strange situation to be in this realm, and to be aware that I'm in a realm where most people can't see what this place is. They don't know where they are. And they can't be convinced that it's a bad place because they're so fucked up and so stubborn, so zombified, and so in love and attached with this hell realm. You're going to stay here forever. Do you realize that? Unless you change and start facing where you are. At a minimum, you have to do that. And I don't think most humans are strong enough to do that, even that much. I just don't buy it. I think most of you will make excuses and defenses, and you'll study shit like the Epstein files, and in 2020, you'll be talking about whatever's popular in the media for the rest of your lives, right into your graves. Like Rose and her guest. Anything that's a popular topic with baby truthers, you'll fixate on year after year into your graves. Nothing spiritual, nothing. They fixate on nothing that will help them. Nothing. Whatever bait is thrown out there, they jump on it. Like the Walmart stuff, the Walmart camps, the FEMA camps. Walmarts were being turned into FEMA camps, and whatever they put out there, whatever bait they throw out there, you're right on it. Chase that bait right into your grave.
light of day. Your average people are finally seeing this. And this gives me a little bit of hope, because now people are more open to these types of conversations than they've ever been before. So with that being the case, we need to take advantage while people are open to considering some of this stuff now. Now they see the absolute corruption that there is. They've been slowly conditioned through the course of time, at least the past, 2 presidential administrations just prior to this, of accepting that, by and large, all of our government agencies are corrupt from top to bottom. That's all been normalized now. And now they're seeing just how deep this corruption goes. It goes beyond all of this government stuff. So it goes even deeper, goes way beyond that. And we're seeing just how deep these ties truly are. So at any rate, we have this exposure of all of this stuff now. And it gives us an opportunity to keep on talking and not get tired, like you were alluding to here earlier, Rose. Don't get tired. Don't get fed up and sick of people, even though you get people who will badmouth you for no good reason, just like this guy in the chat that says, I'm not shadow banned. I'm a person who's not going to do anything, and my research is a joke, and all of that flat earth and Mandela effect stuff. So he says I'm no longer credible, even though I'm not a flat earther or a Mandela effect person.
I know, what an odd comment and what random conspiracy theories to bring up when we're here talking about other things. And you and I, Wayne, we've never been part of those groups. We've always been classic New World Order agenda revealers. That's
Well,
my big.
see, here's the thing. I don't have problems talking about that stuff with people or debating the topic. That's fine. I'm open to new information. I'm open to new things, but like I'm not going to shut my mind down to it, and I'm not going to identify myself with that group. And that's something that Crow actually has said a number of times. And I'm of the same mindset. I don't attach myself to different groups or groupthink or anything like that. I try to stay open and I take a neutral perspective on things. So I could acknowledge that there are some things, some truths that can be found through those multiple communities, and there are explanations that can be proffered for certain things, but it's not something I focus on all the time. But basically,
I do admire your continued interest, but just as a contrasting alternative point of view, I don't have any interest in discussing certain topics that I think have run their course, because after a certain amount of time, I've come to see that in this conspiracy realm, there could be certain quote unquote rabbit holes that people get stuck in. And I really do want to make sure that I don't get distracted by those things, and I want to focus on
exactly
the genocidal attempts at reducing humanity's population, and then on top of that, complete control and data collection of the remaining human beings that survived said genocide.
Exactly. I mean, here's the thing, okay? A lot of these topics are designed as rabbit holes and cul-de-sacs for people to get stuck in endlessly. Sadly, Flat Earth has turned into one of those cul-de-sacs. That there's nothing new being produced by the Flat Earth community. It's all just talking about the same stuff over and over and over and over again ad nauseum, with no new revelations or anything coming to the surface. That's what happens with some of these types of topics. They get people so involved and so caught up in those topics that they adapt that into their own belief system and their belief structure, and they can't separate their viewpoint from that. And that becomes problematic, and they count on this. And that's why they create all this division within these various communities. So focusing on that stuff is not a useful or productive way to go. When there's other important stories going on, we need to pursue those. And we need to look at the machinations behind the scenes of how all this stuff's happening. So with that being said, I don't want to beat a dead horse about the whole situation. It's just that we need to actually address some of this, because just like everyone else, we're human beings. We have our own biases, our own belief systems, and our own perspectives on things. I try to maintain as objective as possible of a viewpoint on various topics like that myself, but I get involved in researching very heavily the occult angle of things. That's where my primary research is at right now, looking into the occult connotations and machinations of things behind the scenes that are leading into a lot of the things happening here. Because people will look and say, how can they do this? How could these people do such horrible things? Well, what you're not taking into account is the occultic side of this and the spiritual connection to all of it. That's why people do these heinous things. There's real, tangible evil occurring in this world. It's a spiritual battle. That's what we've always maintained here. There's a spiritual battle going on, and you need to actually arm yourself for that spiritual battle. You need to get your heart right with your Creator and your mind right with your Creator in order to be able to stand in that evil day. And we're seeing those evil days coming. So we have to be ready for that. We have to keep the spiritual in focus in order to get a little further down the line here. So that being the case, we have all of these different things that are distraction theater. It's no different in conspiracy culture, as we've just been shown here. And I don't normally address things like that, but obviously this guy has never looked at any of my work. That's all I could say if he's making those types of accusations. And I mean, not to belabor the whole point here, there's so many other things that are worthy of discussing and looking at, rather than just focusing on one or two different topics and then formulating an opinion about somebody from there.
Well, Wayne, I really don't want you to waste your energy feeling any sort of certain kind of way about it at all whatsoever, because I do believe that that comment was directed at me. So, although you were very kind to, take the bullet for the team, I think that the bullet was at me, just so you know.
Oh, I'll take the bullet for you anytime, Rose. I mean, that's the nature of. It's fine, and I don't know if that's necessarily the case. So you are a lot more open to talking to all kinds of different people. So that's the other thing that people don't seem to understand. You're open to talking to people that maybe you think, all right, well, maybe they're coming from left field with a lot of this, and that's something that you'll find all different people from all different belief systems and groups on Rose's channel,
That's
because
what I
she's
learned.
right. She's willing to talk to people whether she agrees with them or not, and
Yeah.
give them a platform, and that's fine. That's what we need to do. We need to be respectful to
No,
one
no,
another.
I wouldn't wish my situation on anyone. What I found out over the past 6 years is that if you're friends with everyone, then you're loyal to no one, and then you eventually transform into some kind of egregorical villain to everyone just for continuing to keep up the lines of communication with individuals, which I find so fascinating. And no social correction will ever stop me from continuously speaking to all different kinds of characters. And there's a really like crazy person that I know who recently got back in touch with me. And the reason why I'm still in touch with them, even though they're crazy, is because through a random crazy twist of fate, or maybe not so much of a coincidence, they ended up with my yearbooks and a couple of sentimental things. And basically, I'm not gonna give away any identifiable information, but I think you'll find this amusing, that this character is like what you would call a professional troll. Okay, like seriously, the person is intelligent, and they actually do just get a kick out of. So I don't know if you've seen that meme where the guy has multiple computers and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to go to this person and say that's not how space works, you idiot," and then they turn around to another computer and then they're trying to trigger people. Have you seen that?
I've seen things like that. Yeah, that's fascinating. So he's a professional troll, and that's the other thing too. The internet's full of bots and trolls.
But
Let's
he
be
told me
honest
he
about it.
recovered. He recovered from his addiction and he's not doing it anymore. And I was
Good,
like,
good
oh
for
my
him.
gosh. I'm like, I never condoned this behavior. But now that it's almost like someone detransitioning, it's like, oh, wait, I have to call you a he now from a she. You're not a troll anymore. I have to adjust my whole reality.
Yeah, it just goes to show. I mean, we need to not be so judgy about things. Everybody. Here's the thing. We're all human beings. We all have the same desires. We all want the same things. We just want to be left alone. We want to live our lives without judgment and fear. And we want to have enough money so that we can eat and keep a roof over our head, maybe travel a little bit, and just everybody leave us alone. And like, we don't want any trouble. That's what everybody wants. And
I don't buy that at all. I think he's grouped in everyone, generalized. I had to run out for something and come back during the stream. I don't believe what he just said. We all. As soon as you start saying we all, everyone, everybody, I don't buy it. There's evil in this realm. Saying we're all human beings right off the bat, I disagree. I disagree with everything he just said. All of it.
I mean, we need to not be so judgy about things. Everybody.
So judgy?
Here's the thing. We're all human beings.
Nope, we're not all human beings.
All have the same desires. We all want the.
No, we don't all have the same desires. Some people, or some beings in this realm, some creatures, only desire to harm others, and it's more than you'd think. It's not just a few. Millions and millions and millions here. So I think you're wrong about everything you just spewed. It's what you want to believe, but I don't think it's true. You want to believe that, Wayne, but it's not true. It's not observably true. You're wrong. And I would tell that to your face as well. I think some like you, some truthers like you need to be told. You probably haven't been told or proven to you that you're wrong about how you see humanity. You're wrong.
the same things. We just want to be left alone. We want to live.
You're not a troll anymore?
You're projecting what you want, Wayne, onto everyone else here.
I have to adjust my whole reality.
Yeah, it just goes to show. I mean, we need to not be so judgy about things. Everybody, here's the thing: we're all human beings. We all have the same desires. We all want the same things. We just want to be left alone. We want to live our lives without judgment and fear, and we want to have enough money so that we can eat and keep a roof over our head, maybe travel a little bit, and just everybody leave us alone. And like, we don't want any trouble. That's what everybody wants. And
that's false. That isn't what everybody wants. You're clueless. You're showing that you're clueless. You can't observe beings around you. You call yourself a truther. You're walking blind. You don't see humanity.
There are some people who will research certain topics and things and formulate an opinion, and that's all good. And I encourage everybody, don't believe anything I say or Rose says or anybody says. Go research for yourself. You got to go look into stuff for yourself to validate what you find to be true. A lot of people are good intentioned and they put information and stuff out there, and sometimes they're just outright wrong. I mean, that happens, and it's just the way it is. But it's up to you. Ultimately, discernment's up to you for stuff like that. So at any rate, I think we're off topic again for the Epstein's time. We got to get back on topic. This is what happens, but this is the nature of the Poppycock Report. We're just here kind of having a good time, having fun with some of these serious, heavy topics. We like to laugh at it and poke fun at it.
Also,
right?
we're not necessarily experts with this. It's not like we can describe in great detail the stuff of nightmares. But when we started the stream,
So we're all the same. We have all the same desires, and yet we're living amongst demons that just want to harm us, steal from us, copy from us, harm children. Yet you say we're all the same. You don't make sense, Wayne. You just don't make any sense. I could disagree with you and be comfortable about disagreeing with you all night long. I could have you on my show as a guest and effortlessly disagree with you. And I think what you're seeking is agreement. You want everyone to be in agreement and be the same, but you're living a fantasy. You're not living in reality at all. And there was no pushback from Rose to say, that's not true. Or what do you mean we're all the same? We all have the same desires. We don't want to be judged. We want this. You're projecting. There was no pushback. And I'm not surprised. Rose really doesn't push back with any of these characters that she has on her show. I think she's known him for years. They become friendly. And then it becomes a situation where he can just spew nonsense. And she's not going to push back and go, Wayne, what are you talking about? And that's a problem with truthers. They don't push back. This is very common. It's not me picking on Rose. It's just very common. This is the way it is.
the largest article that people were reading was about Epstein, but now, as you can see, I'm sharing the screen here. I'm trying to scan for anything about him. How interesting is that? Am I looking at the United States? Yes, I'm looking at English. So how interesting that over the course of an hour, people were clicking on things that had to do with Epstein.
Oh,
And
wait, there's one. Epstein file review yields 6 new likely incriminated men, lawmakers say. There we go. So see, it's still up there. People are still talking about it. It's circulating online. I wonder who these likely incriminated men are. Let's see why it matters. Why does it matter?
Isn't it problematic that these people find it necessary to put in bold to the readers why it matters? Like everything needs to be broken down for content consumers like they're 4 years old and told, okay, here's why it matters. This is what you need to think about the information.
You do have to be told because you can't think for yourselves. The media knows this. The billionaires know this. Most humans can't think for themselves. You have to be told bullet points like this. And this is what most of you go by. You read these little bullet points and you think you know how everything works. They spoon feed you little baby food. That's what they do. And people love it.
before we're even giving it to you. I just find it totally creepy and sad.
It is kind of creepy and sad, but I've also discovered, like through the course of time here, just like this article we're looking at right now, this looks like it was written by AI. It's got all the hallmarks, doesn't it? And I'm finding more and more of this. It likes to break things down in like these little, here's some bullet points for you. This is why it matters. And it's like it's preaching to you or something. It's like, well, this is what you need.
Look at the level of the chat room. I was calling Richie from Boston a shill over a decade ago. They have people there tonight that believe in Richie from Boston. RFB, Richie from Boston, has a new episode out, no ring cameras. They have fans. This is the level people are at. Baby truthers. They'll believe in a Richie from Boston forever. A creep. And they just can't see it. And they'll talk about discernment like Wayne, like, oh, everybody needs discernment. You have none. You're talking about discernment that it's laughable. It's just laughable.
Need to know. This is the important bits. It's all about kind of compressing down the real true article into something that's more streamlined, because people don't have an attention span anymore. That's a lot of the problem. They've engineered our attention span right out of us. So now your average person, especially this younger generation.
It's never people's fault. He says they've engineered the attention span right out of us. I still have an attention span. I can look at a work of art for hours and focus and have an attention span. Most people can't focus on a live stream for 5 or 10 seconds. And part of it is your fault, not just what they did to you, which puts you in the victim role, saying they did this to us. Did you go along with it? Yes, you did. You did.
Has the attention span of a goldfish, no word of lie. That's been engineered into us by design. You'll notice how these things happen incrementally through the course of time. First, you have this YouTube generation, and now it's the TikTok generation. So it's essentially the same kind of thing going on. But at any rate,
I've been watching this. Are they ever going to talk about Epstein, or are they just going to talk about everything other than that? Because they've been going for a while, and they really haven't mentioned much about Epstein. I'm going to pause that for a bit. I might return to it later. I don't know. But I wasn't getting a whole lot out of it. I don't think that was a great guest. I don't see anything great about Wayne. Just low level, baby truther level. Anyway, back to my show. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I am tonight's host, UFO Jesus. I am UFO Jesus. I'm filling in for King Stephen and for El Diablo. Yes, excuses. It's never the fault of the masses, no matter what they follow, no matter if they destroy themselves, if they use drugs, if they destroy their minds with drugs, if they destroy their minds doom scrolling, destroy their attention spans, if they fill their head up with toxic shit from Hollywood and they become total degenerate loser demons. It's never their fault, according to most truthers. And that's another way that my channel is different from them, because they'll make excuses. Well, the masses, they have a attention span of that of a goldfish. It's not their fault, though. This was engineered against them, against us, we, them, us. It happened to us. Well, pardon me, Wayne. I still have an attention span, motherfucker. Maybe you don't. Maybe you went along with it. Maybe everyone you know went along with it. And they chose to follow along and consume everything that was destroying their attention span. Maybe they played a role in it. Maybe they aren't just innocent victims. And that's where some of you have issues. You have problems. Because when I talk about zombie masses, people think victim, innocent victim. And I've never called the zombified masses innocent victims. There's people on my channel that have been here for years, and I had to personally explain it to them. I had former friends years ago. I had to personally explain to them that I'm not calling the masses victims. And they'd be like, well, I always thought you meant they were victims and they're innocent and they're just zombies, but they can't help it. Did I ever call them innocent? When have I ever called zombies innocent or innocent masses? I haven't. But people imagine all this shit. You use your fucking imaginations. Just like I've never said my childhood sucked or that I never had fun. And people imagine that. They'll say, didn't you ever have fun? I never said I didn't. See, a lot of you don't pay attention and listen. You make up shit in your heads. And you hear things that were never said. And that's a big problem in this realm. And it even applies to people on my channel, unfortunately. I wish I was never around people like that just make up shit and try to put words in my mouth and say, didn't you ever have fun? I've expressed tons of stories here of how I had fun growing up. Do I need to tell you about every birthday party I had or every time that I laughed or laughed with friends and cousins and siblings and had fun at family reunions? And like, a lot of you are really fucked up. You're in your imaginations, but not in a good way. Not in a good way. In the way of imagining about me, and you don't know me. And you make up shit in your heads. A lot of you do that. Some of you have even said, oh, Stephen, I thought you meant zombies. They were innocent. You think that I've ever said everyone on earth is innocent? With all this evil here, that almost everyone's innocent? Have I ever said that? And that it's just the ones at the top of the pyramid? I've said the opposite of that the whole time. So I know some of you don't fucking pay attention. You don't deserve the information I'm putting out. Because I've said there's evil all the way, top to bottom of the pyramid, right into the gutters below the tier 1 of the pyramid. I've never said that evil is only at the top or capstone and that the masses are innocent. Never. But somehow you people hear what hasn't been said. So I know there's issues with you, mental and spiritual issues. And I'll tell you point blank, I can't help you. I've tried. And for the ones that say, why don't you try? I have for years. Putting out this content is an attempt to help you to see. But if you don't listen and focus and pay attention, you'll never get out of the situation you're in, which is messed up. Seeing humanity, every being is innocent. You're fucked up then. And you're not paying attention to what I'm sharing here. Go away then. Go somewhere where they lie to you and mind fuck you. Now that might sound harsh, but it's what you deserve because you haven't respected me by giving me the respect of paying attention to what I'm saying. You warp, you twist, you hear what isn't said, you put words in my mouth, you take my model and you rearrange it into something that I've never said. And that's what you do. So you don't deserve it. You don't deserve the alchemical gold that I hand out here. You don't. If you do that. It's that simple. Just like if I was a teacher running an English literature course and teaching about poetry, and you started bashing me saying, Stephen, teacher, whatever, professor, mister, and you're saying, hey, you're teaching these poets that are whatever. And I'd say, I never taught that poet. Where have you been? Have you been daydreaming in my class? You're criticizing me for things I haven't done. You're warping shit. And when people do that, I don't trust them because I know right off the bat, they don't respect my message enough to pay attention. Go away then. If you don't want to pay attention, go away. Don't waste my energy. Don't waste my time. Don't stay on my channel. Go away. Go to the shit channels. And I'm not kidding. That's not a joke. That's another thing people do when I say that stuff. Oh, he's kidding. And they do that stupid zombie thing. No, I'm not kidding. Go away. Go follow shit if you can't pay attention. Some of you are 20, 30 years old. You've ruined your attention span in only part of a lifetime. You've managed to do that. Don't blame society. Don't blame evil. Don't blame the New World Order or blame this, blame that. You did that. Because all of us were subjected to the same forces of evil in this realm. But not all of us have destroyed our attention spans. Not all of us have become fucking junkies and abusers. And a lot of the things that you've become, you people that make excuses. And I'm tired of you fucking excuse makers. You don't belong here on my channels, and you don't belong around me at all. At all. Go where you belong, with evil and with shit channels. If you can't pay attention, you're incapable of learning. I don't want you near me. I don't trust you. I don't want you. And some of you, it might take years, but maybe eventually that will make sense to you, where you go, oh, now I get it. Now I get it. He doesn't want these creatures around him, and he has good reason, valid reason. Maybe one day he'll understand.
What's up, y'all? It's Truth Tiger, and today I'm going to say that they thought you were crazy, but it turns out you were right in the end.
Go to a baby truther like this guy that pushes God and Jesus, and he's a porn addict, and he was ashamed that they have video of him blackmailing him some tiggas in Africa, video of him naked, licking a floor, humiliating himself. He's a creep. This is the level. This Truth Tiger, I just dropped the link in the chat for you. Go there. This is a perfect channel for some people that want shit. And you want to stay stupid. You want to stay as a baby truther. Go gobble up this shit. Go get on your bony knees and kneel and pray to a God that abuses you, that created a hell realm. Worship that. Go be a fucking zombie. And then say, well, I'm innocent, Stephen. I'm a zombie, but I'm innocent. You're not innocent. You're following evil.
And I'm thinking about all this Epstein stuff, all the crazy stuff that's coming out, all the crazy stuff people are saying. And
follow the baby truther channels that talk about people are saying and Epstein, and just follow this shit. This is where you belong. This is where most truthers belong, on channels like this, not just his. But all the shit channels, look at it, he gets hundreds of views in 1 hour. And there's his Cash App right there, Truth Tiger, $ Truth Tiger. There's his Cash App. That's where you belong. I want people to understand this. If you're a lazy fucking loser of an idiot that loves to gobble up the same baby truther shit, then you should be following those channels. Stay away from me. I don't want you near me. I don't want to waste a second of my energy on you for the rest of my life in this realm and beyond here. I don't want you. Go follow these fucking losers. Go follow this demon. That's what I want you to do. I dropped the link in the chat. I always do that. I try to get people to leave my channel and go to these fucking shit channels. That's where you belong. So a bunch of people did leave. Good. It dropped from 16 tuned in to 7. That's good. I like that. Because I figured there were some, I could feel it, watching, that don't belong here, lurking. Not in the chat, but lurking. Go there. Gobble up this shit. I put it larger for you to see. There's his Cash App, Truth Tiger. Go give him money for being a creepy weirdo. That's what you should do. And call yourself a truther. Make a name badge that says, hi, my name is Joe Blow or Jane Truther, and put I'm a truther. And wear that label on your fucking chest like a loser. Truth Tiger. What a laughable name for a channel. Sounds like a baby named it. And people love it. 68 likes on only 244 views. They love this stupid shit. This is what you love.
And all the crazy stuff that's actually shown to be right and correct. And there's witnesses, there's proof. Coolio talked about adrenochrome, and then 5 days later, he mysteriously passed. There's witnesses, there's proof. Coolio talked about adrenochrome, and then 5 days later, he mysteriously passed away. And a lot of this stuff seems so crazy. They're drinking the blood of children to prolong their lives and whatever.
It seems so crazy. He's allowed to talk about this. I can't. I've gotten strikes for that before. But different rules for different channels. That's how this place works. Some of you don't have that down yet. You need to be reminded constantly that they can get away with shit. I don't believe that most will ever get it in this place. It's too complicated for people, and most people are too fucking simple-minded.
The entire time. And, we have these insane satanic elites. Another one they did that was real was with
He calls them elites, and the baby truthers love that. They're the elites. We look up to them. They're elite. Are they really elite? Or are they demonic fucking monsters, filth, demons? He calls them elites. I call them demons. What do baby truthers prefer? The term elites, because they watch shit like his channel and other channels, thousands of them. That's the level you're at, humanity. Might hurt your feelings, but this is the level you're at.
General Smedley Butler. They were trying to get some kind of a Nazi regime going on in America. Smedley Butler.
He knows nothing about Nazis. Nothing. He knows nothing about World War II, but neither do most on YouTube, including, I bet, some on my channel that are regulars that have never bothered to look into it. They just buy the official mainstream shit, as usual.
Figured out the whole thing. Nobody got punished, but they got scared away from it. They wanted to assassinate FDR or something. I don't know. The whole deal. But that was
He doesn't know. He's confused about it. He doesn't know. He's mixing in Smedley Butler. He doesn't have a fucking clue. He's like, I don't know. Truth doesn't matter to this guy. He'll just spew out some shit, and people will click the like button for his channel, and they'll send him money on Cash App. That's how dumb people are. Dumb fucking zombie truthers.
The crazy one that was real. The Finders Cult, or the Finders Club, which was connected to the CIA, where they would traffic children, and they said it was for the betterment of the children, but they found these kids in really ragged condition with insect bites and stuff like that. And I really think there's a sadistic pleasure they get from torturing people and from doing the most horrible, heinous acts, and all the normal
baby truther shit. And this is what's popular. This is what people want endlessly.
People said we were crazy, and even I didn't fully believe in this stuff. I thought it's possible. I thought it could be true based on the stuff I knew, but now we're finding out it's all true. It's all real. They actually do this stuff, and there's a point where I kind of knew it was true in my mind and in my heart, but my guts were not ready to accept it yet, and now my whole being is accepting this stuff, and it's absolutely sick. It's absolutely perverted. It's absolutely horrible. And the thing is, I'm not a perfect person. I have my own sins. I have my own problems. But, for God's sakes, having an entire island to traffic underage girls to, and all the global elites are just passing them around and using them, all the presidents, all these celebrities. I'm not going to say it's absolutely everybody. I'm not going to assume guilt when I don't know that necessarily, but I'm just going to say that all these people are highly suspicious and highly suspect, and there is a satanic religion that they are a part of. All the presidents are decided in Bohemian Grove. Reagan, Clinton, Obama, Bush, Trump, Biden. They make a decision in Bohemian Grove. And when you think about, the people who are at the top of medicine, the people who are at the top of education, they're all involved in this global elitist stuff. People in charge of the police, because you got to have them on board. Someone's got to look the other way. The military, you can use the military to perform some blood ritual through some war where millions of people get killed when you don't even need to have a war. And man, just the people running this stuff are insane, evil, occultist PDF file. The thing is, they're so much worse than a PDF file. They're cannibals. I saw this thing that Epstein files about jerky, which is probably a code word for eating some kind of human flesh, probably a baby. But man, you look at the stuff; it's insane. I watched a show called Silicon Valley, which is about all the exploits of this. People are trying to start this tech company. It's made by Mike Judge, same person who made King of the Hill and Beavis and Butthead and Idiocracy. And there's a scene where one of the kind of evil tech CEO guys Kevin Belson in the show. He has a young kid he hires. He does blood transfusions to, prolong his own life, give himself youth and stuff like that. And they're already doing that through blood transfusions, and that's proven. Not too much of a step forward to say that they're doing satanic rituals, eating children, drinking blood. I mean, this is like biblical evil. This is like the evil that's described in the Bible when, God's like telling Moses, the people who are living in Canaan are doing some evil crap, and we got to get rid of them. It's the same kind of stuff that these global elitists are doing with insane devil worship rituals. I mean, you can see a thing they did in France where they got this giant scorpion statue they're parading through the street, some kind of statue of Lilith where it's like half scorpion, half woman. I'm trying to remember what it looked like exactly, but these global elitists, they're on parade, they're on display, and people all said, we were crazy. You're crazy for thinking these things. You're crazy for thinking the global elites are drinking blood. You're crazy for thinking the global elites cannibalize.
He calls them global elites, just like Alex Jones. And people love this. What globe and what elites? It isn't a globe, and they aren't elite. You sound foolish. You sound like just someone that's spewing shit for shekels. And that's what people love.
We were crazy. You're crazy for thinking these things. You're crazy for thinking the global elites are drinking blood. You're crazy for thinking the global elites cannibalize children. You're crazy for thinking that. But these Epstein files are starting to prove.
Here's a new meme for you. The Epstein files are starting to prove who released them. Who created them? Was AI involved? What was used to create them? Is it more bait? Is it more bait to fuck with you? Is Epstein still alive in Tel Aviv somewhere? How the fuck would you know? In reality, here's a meme on the screen. On the screen. Truth or zombies in hell? And that's how zombified they look to me. Maybe one day, maybe not, but maybe one day you'll start to see what I mean and go, oh yeah, they were duped. They are zombies. They thought they were awake. They called themselves truthers. They called these demons global elite. They look like zombies, and they are zombies. And that's what most people want to defend is zombies. Go ahead, defend the zombies until you get recycled. Congratulations.
All of it. And this is just the stuff they released. This is just the stuff they're letting us see. This is not even all of it. A lot of stuff is redacted. So, again, like, who knows how bad this conspiracy really is? Who knows how deep this problem really goes? Like, my God. But they, again, like most of these normal people, no, that can't be true. You're crazy. How can you believe that? How can you think these things? No, it's normal. It's good. The global elitists aren't doing all this. They are. They're doing it and then some. And the level of evil these people are involved in, it's beyond comprehension. It's beyond comprehension. It's insane. And the only explanation, and again, this is proven from their rituals at Bohemian Grove where they burn a giant effigy, is that they are part of a devil worship Luciferian cult. Maybe they're vampires of some kind. I've heard people say that. I don't know for sure, but maybe not in the mythological or horror movie sense. Maybe they're just saying that to say they drink blood and eat flesh for ritualistic purposes and to get sadistic pleasure. I think that's a lot of this. Is just like there's a deep sadism in these people, and what's more sadistic than cannibalizing a person or eating a baby? I don't know, do they cook the people? Do they cook the babies? Do they eat them live? Do they eat them raw? I mean, what do these fuckers do? Like, holy crap. Holy crap. And the thing is, this stuff has been happening for a long time. Hundreds of years, thousands of years. We know about the Freemasons. We know the founding fathers were Freemasons. We know that most of the presidents were Freemasons. We know there's a Freemasonic lodge in every city, every town. They're everywhere. What are these people doing? What is their religion? What is this cult? What is this group? What do they believe in? You know, there's so many of them. The Skull and Bones, the Odd Fellows. You know, there's so many of these things. And they come together, they wear animal masks, they drink blood, they perform these insane, evil, satanic rituals so they can have riches on this earth and gain hidden knowledge from the devil. And guess what? It's all true. And I mean, it's something where even I can't fully accept it, but it's to the point where it's all true. It's all true, and no politician's going to come and save us. And, you know, we tried talking to people about this stuff back in the day. We tried telling them these global elitists are up to no good. We tried saying, what are they doing in Bohemian Grove? What is up with these secret societies? What is going on here? We tried saying it. But most people know it's not true. It's too far-fetched. It's too crazy.
So this zombie, I think he's in his late 20s, maybe 30 something. I think he's probably a millennial. He's an absolute loser. He's a little tard. Hello, Salty Siren. Salty wrote, I guarantee this little zombie tard hasn't even read one page of those quote files. Yeah, I would bet on that. If I had to bet, I'd say, yeah, he hasn't read one page of it. He's just heard about it, or he probably tuned into some videos where they mentioned it says this, it says that. He hasn't read it. He hasn't verified shit. He just believes whatever. He's just a fucking zombie tard, exactly. That's exactly what he is. I made this meme earlier. Truth or zombies in hell. And this is what they look like to me. They take whatever bait is thrown out there. They never talk about anything that's helpful, ever. I was showing Rose's channel earlier, Salty, and they were talking about 2020 again and just rehashing 6 years later. It's just, and I said they'll be talking about it in another 6 years. 12 years post 2020, they'll be talking about it. It just, they get fixated on certain things, and it works exactly the way the system wants. They're still talking about 9 double hockey sticks. I'm not saying to forget it. I'm not saying pretend it didn't happen, but there's no one criminally held accountable for 9 double hockey stick. Okay, I'll put it in the chat. No one is or will be held criminally accountable for 2020. And truthers fixate on it. Shit they can't verify or change. And they never focus on what's important. Does Rose focus on anything that's from my channel? No. Focus on 2020 more. Keep focusing on 2020. Keep talking about how that was a wake-up call or wake-up moment, or you can't believe that people conformed, or you can't. Just keep focusing on that. Do exactly what the system wants you to do. Stay stuck in the past and go right into the recycling bin.
Can't be true. No. I live my normal life. I don't see any of it. I don't hear about it. Hear no evil, see no evil. It's outside of my realm. It's.
Wait a second. What did you say? Recycling bin Jesus? Come into the bin. All of you 2020 lovers. You love to talk about that. Endlessly. 6 years later, it's your favorite topic. Fixate on 2020. Come and join me in the bin. Hop in the bin. Look, you get to do it all over again. Feeling nostalgic for the 70s, 80s, or 90s? Missing the things of your youth? You can experience that all over again and again and again and again. Hop in. Hop in the bin. You can do this again. And most of you baby truthers will. They toss out some bait and you gobble it up. And then you fixate on it for years and years and decades. Decades. 25 fucking years later, 9 double hockey sticks. I'm not telling you to forget about it, but some people, it doesn't take much to find ones fixated still on that, as though you're ever going to get a single person involved arrested. You're not going to do shit. You haven't yet, and you're not going to. But you will do, what you will do is fixate on what they want you to fixate on. You're doing exactly what your masters want you to do, geniuses.
Too dark to think about. It must not be true. Well, it is. It's a very uncomfortable truth. It's a very hard pill to swallow. It's the toughest pill to swallow of all of them. I don't want it to be true. I wish it was a hoax. I wish it was fake. I wish it was a joke. I wish it was a smear campaign. I really do. I really wish it was something people were just making up for drama. I wish it was all made.
I'll read this meme for you for the people that are tuned in just listening. It's a strange situation to be in a hell realm and having to convince slaves they're in hell. It is a strange situation. Most in this realm can't see where they are. You could be on fire and not know where you are. Your family could be on fire. That's how fucked up and oblivious people are. They'd rather fixate on whatever the media puts out. Go ahead. Take the bait again and again and again. Keep taking that bait. Gobble it up. But don't look at the big picture. Don't look at where you are. Don't do that. Just gobble up the bait. It's easier that way. Do what the demons want you to do. They want you to talk about certain events or certain topics. Do it. Follow. Fixate on what they want you to fixate on. Do exactly what they want you to do. That's what you're good at.
Made up, but it's not. It's true. And again, like the evil on this earth is worse than you think. The devil wants to make you think that he does not exist, and by extension that evil does not exist. But
believe in Jesus like this guy. This guy's Jewish. He was born and raised Jewish, and now he believes in Jesus, calls himself a Christian, and he uses the hashtag chosen ones. That's the hashtag he likes to use, chosen ones. 70 likes on 275 views. People love to click the like button on his channel because you love shit.
We're in an earth covered by evil. We're in an earth being run by people who do evil, and they see us as cattle. Cattle who will pay overinflated taxes, which go directly to them probably. Who knows where our tax money's going to? We pay a shitload of taxes all over the world, and I bet a really good amount of it is going straight to these global elitists. They're skimming a lot off the top. We're their little cattle that can work and toil and enrich them by buying their products and by participating in all their materialism. Well, they put on red robes, drink blood, our PDF files, and do awful things to children. Well, they have child farms where they specifically have kids just to...
He's allowed to say all of this on his channel. And his channel stays up. His channel doesn't get strikes. Oh, man. Baby truthers will never put it together. I just don't have faith in people. They'll listen to shit channels for years and years and years. And they just can't figure out. They can't even figure out where they are. They can't figure out what this realm is. Congratulations to most of you humans. You're going to be recycled with all the care of tossing an empty soda can in a recycling bin. This system doesn't give a fuck about you. And that's something most of you can't face. And if someone does show care for you and your fate, you rage against them. You'll stick with shit channels, support channels that report me. That Jake the Fake reported my channel today. One of my channels got a strike due to that crybaby. He couldn't take a video made about him. Couldn't take it. A lot of you defend crybabies and demons and zombies. So be it. Suit yourself. You're cowards. Spiritually, you know you can't fight me, so you have to run and report to YouTube. Go ahead. Go ahead. In the end, you're going to pay a price for that you can't even believe spiritually.
He took a vacation to paradise and ended up fighting for his life. 62-year-old Brian Roush went to the Bahamas with his girlfriend when he tripped on a sidewalk and scraped his ankle. Brian's daughter, Brittany.
We're talking like a tiny little cut.
Roush.
Hell rum, he got a tiny cut. This can't be a hell rum if a cut can get a bacteria that... No, this hell realm. What do you mean? A tiny cut can put you in severe harm? Be deadly? A tiny scrape on a sidewalk? What? That can't be right. That's an evil, demonic design where a little scrape can put you in severe harm. And really? This can't be a hell realm, though, because you humans deny that it's a hell realm, right? Carry on, humans. You're so wise.
Ankle. Brian's daughter, Brittany.
We're talking.
When he tripped on a sidewalk and scraped his ankle. When he tripped on a sidewalk and scraped his ankle. Brian's daughter, Brittany.
We're talking like a tiny little cut.
Roush continued with his vacation, thinking nothing about the cut. He even swam with pigs, a popular attraction on the islands that draws thousands of tourists each year. They were even featured on The Bachelor.
Oh my God!
As piglets in the water, they're cute, but when they're all grown up, they can be aggressive.
Swimming with the pigs, is that something your dad really wanted to do?
Yeah, my dad loves pigs, and so this was something he was really excited about.
When the vacation was over, Brian Roush was on the ferry returning to Fort Lauderdale when he suddenly got violently sick. Within a matter of hours, he was on life support in the hospital, diagnosed with flesh-eating bacteria.
The first night, they didn't think he was going to make it.
Brittany tells me the surgeons had to remove large chunks of her father's leg.
His ankle literally erupted in blisters in front of the doctor.
Brittany says he's struggling back to health.
We got the good news that his kidneys have started to come back online. So he's showing signs of recovery there. He's still pretty weak, but he's getting better every day.
She also tells me no one can say if swimming with the pigs directly led to the flesh-eating bacteria. Her advice?
Don't go in the water when you have an open wound.
I don't think it was the pigs. It could have been, but that was in salt water. I don't know. But the thing is, you could scrape your arm or leg or body walking through the woods. You could scrape yourself on a tree, on tree bark in the woods and get a bacterial infection that could cost you your arm or your leg or your life. That's the design of your body. You should thank your God for that. Get down on your bony knees. Thank your God. Pray to God. Thank your God. UFO Jesus is telling you, thank your God. You thank your fucking God for being so vulnerable that a little scratch that draws blood could cost you your life if it gets infected. Thank your God. Thank your God. Get down on your bony knees and thank your God.
Stars were starting to bend our gravity and change things around. People, thank you for coming tonight. This is a Monday. A Monday. Don't say it again. Monday. People, it's a Monday, Lady Babylon. I'm going to take you on wings to the devil. But in order to do so, we got to suck soul, people. And this soul tonight is Nothing. Nothing if not completely repulsive. Do you understand? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, satanic congregation, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oh my God. Fantastic. Chewy, how's everybody doing tonight? Do you have a bunch of really good movies loaded? Okay, Chewy's got some fantastic movies loaded and some wonderful art. I think you have a lot, don't you? You have a lot to show. Chewy has really just hit the accelerator on this one. So thank you, Chewy, for doing that. I want
so much more murder happens to men like that in their own neighborhoods. You're supposed to think of that as maybe connected to racism in some abstract way, but you're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to think about all of those homicides. Every summer in big cities across America, teenage black boys are killing one another in the hundreds over frankly nothing. That's somehow less important than what the occasional rogue cop does. That's modern anti-racism for you.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Hope all's good wherever you are. In this video, we've got Columbia University English professor John McWhorter spitting truth and spitting facts on racism in America. Let's get into it.
I think when we discuss racism in America and whether it exists and to what extent and how important it is, the first thing on a lot of our minds is racism from the police. And so I think we need to talk about that first. And there's some things that I don't think we always know. Tamir Rice was a black boy of about 12 who was brandishing a toy weapon, and he was shot dead. The exact same thing happened to a boy named Daniel Shaver not long after that. Daniel Shaver was white. Sam DuBose was shot dead by the police driving his car away from a cop. The exact same thing happened, actually a little bit before that, to a white guy named Andrew Thomas. Alton Sterling was a black man who reached into his waistband and reached for his wallet during an altercation with the cops, and the cops shot him dead. That was a grievous event. And the same thing actually happened around the same time to a white guy named Dylan Noble. Alton Sterling made national headlines. None of us heard about Dylan Noble. George Zimmerman said some really nasty things about unspecified little people and how they're always going around stealing things before he ended up killing Trayvon Martin. Now, that was a terrible thing, especially because a policeman said the same sorts of things, including using the word fucker, before he killed a white teenager named Lauren Simpson. I could do this for 20 minutes. There is a very understandable tendency in the media to report stories of black people unjustly killed by the police. Whereas what we don't know is that for every one of those events, there is a white teenager or 20-something who is killed under almost ominously similar conditions where you've really got to dig to find it out. Now, I'm not saying that there's fake news or some grand conspiracy. I understand why the media are so concerned with the black cases. But I'm bringing this up because I think that generally we're often told that any conversation about race is shut down by the purported racist tendencies of cops who, in a hair-trigger situation, will allow their quiet bias to kill a black guy when, if it were a white guy, he would get away with a slap on the hand. That's a very reasonable assumption. But you know, that really hasn't held up to scrutiny, and it's why I allowed myself to do this particular debate with this particular question. Even the numbers are quite different from what we hear. And so, for example, there is the issue of proportion. So, white men, 62% of the male population. They are half of the people who get killed by cops. Black men, 13%, and they are a quarter of the people who are killed by cops. And so it's disproportionate. So one might think, well, that means that still there is a racist bias against black men because so many more of them are killed proportionately. But no, not really. There's a debate team trick that's going on in relation to that. Because it wasn't so long ago that when we talked about welfare, disproportionate amount of black people were on welfare, but more white people were on welfare numerically. So if anybody pointed out that a disproportionate number of black people were on welfare, it was always pointed out by a certain crowd that no, actually many more white people are on welfare, and that was considered a smackdown comment. Well, we're in the same sort of situation. Or it was often said, if you kept asking questions, the reason there's a disproportionate number of black people on welfare is because poverty affects black people disproportionately because of structural racism. That was reasonable. Well, we also know that poverty makes it more likely for somebody to encounter a policeman in these sorts of situations. Poverty caused by structural racism, therefore, might certainly make it so that there are more black men killed by the police. And that means we have to question the idea that what this is all about is underlying pernicious biases of the cops. I almost can't believe I'm saying this because I spent a very long time thinking what a lot of people think about the cops. I have a reputation for saying that racism is as important as people make it, but I always made an exception for the cops. And not too long ago, I had one of my blogging heads conversations with Glenn Lowry, where I told him, Glenn, you've got to give me figures if that's not true. And I didn't know that the figures actually exist. And so I had to really make an adjustment, really think in a new way about this kind of thing. What we're told about the cops simply isn't true. Therefore, when I say that anti-racism is as much a problem as a help at this point, I'm saying that after my conversion about the cops are not a smackdown issue in this debate. So, with that said,
He ain't wrong. In 2020, Americans were polled, and this is where you're going to see the
files that we're all reading. I just wanted to say that women, like, I don't think the male loneliness epidemic exists. And I think that, personally, I feel that women should not have to pay for anything ever again. The 50-50 argument is over. We should get everything for free. Y'all are fucking nasty. Men are disgusting. And y'all are dangerous. And, like, I think that after reading those files and seeing how many regular men covered for these billionaire fuckers, y'all should be grateful that women are not unaliving themselves in hordes to avoid you. Not only should you actually be fucking lonely, sorry, I cough sometimes when I'm disgusted. Not only should you be so fucking lonely, like the vast majority of you, because you're fucking scary, but you should be giving everything to women. None of you should actually at this point be talking about, like, oh, should a man go 50-50 with his wife? No. You're lucky your wife hasn't, like, stuck a shotgun down, like your future metaphorical wife, you're lucky she hasn't stuck a shotgun down her throat and pulled the trigger with her fucking toes. After reading the Epstein files, you are so lucky that so many women in America believe that unaliving is a sin that's unforgivable. Because, like, where are my earrings? If we didn't, it'd be over, it'd be a lock. You could just be alone together, you know? And I feel like as the country loses its faith, and as we begin to deconstruct from, you know, the fake version of Christianity, which is very militaristic and fucked up and the cause of a lot of this fucked up shit, I think once we deconstruct from this and return to our roots, things will get better. But as it stands, right now, at this point in history, you are lucky. Like, not only should the male loneliness epidemic not matter, not only is it not fucking real, because y'all are just straight up fucking terrifying, the amount of normal people in the Epstein files is horrific. Not only should you be fucking lonely, but no woman should ever have to pay for anything ever again. We should be here for fucking free. You're lucky we're even here. You're lucky we're even here. You understand what I'm saying here? You're lucky we haven't gone okay? Like, seriously? What the fuck? What the fuck? You're telling me if I succeed in the modeling industry, I might get chopped up and eat. Okay. Okay. Yeah, women should live on planet Earth for free. We created all these men, and this is what they're doing with it. That's cool. That's cool. I love that the elites all follow the same evil god that we all know about. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's so many regular people, so many like Christian men, so many like men of every faith, men of every god, men of every like political spectrum. They're all involved. Doesn't matter whose son it was. Doesn't matter. Like, no. Like, y'all should be lonely. I don't care anymore. You're lucky I'm here. Thank God. Thank God. You. Thank God that I'm even here. Okay? Like, thank God for any woman strong enough to live through this right now. You should be kissing the ground we fucking walk on. We're the goat. Okay? The women who don't off themselves right now in particular, are the goat. And you should be fucking thankful that we're here. You should be fucking thankful that we're here. Because you're not going to be able to survive without us. So I just think, at this point, I don't give a fuck about the male loneliness epidemic. I don't think it's real. I think it's a consequence of y'all being terrifying after reading the files. Dear God, you're fucking scary. Okay, that's scary. And it's super scary to just see the system that's been set up. I'm so fucking good. Like, you don't know how many women are not gonna pay their taxes. Like, so many men haven't clued in yet. Like, we're not paying our taxes. We're not participating. We're sterilizing ourselves. Because at least then they won't have victims to fuel their weird blood god thing, okay? So, like, all men should be so fucking polite to women right now. You should not talk to women disrespectfully. You should worship the ground we walk on. Okay, like, seriously, women should have everything for free. Everything should be handed to them for free, okay? That's it. It's over. Like, nah. You cannot convince me to do any more work for men in this country, ever. Any of them, none of them. Only the ones in my very, very close circle, my family, my friends, will I do any labor for. Okay? Dear God, what I have read in those files has completely changed the way I see the world. Women should never pay taxes again. Ever. Never, never again. We already paid with the blood contract. We already paid with our blood. We're good. We're good here. We done did what we need to do for our country, and this country needs to pay up. I'm good. I'm so fucking good.
People, I want people to enter tonight with just a little story. This is going to open us up so that we can go on and we can talk about some serious Christian love. And from there, we will jump into the source and the origin of that Christian love and the power of it. Oh, God. You're going to see it, and it's all going to be through Greek. And nobody can do this. Nobody can do this, people. I got an email from someone, and I looked at the email. It was a sent and received and replied. I looked at the email addresses. Yes, I looked at the email addresses, and it looks all dotted and lined and crossed properly. That this is indeed The email of Jeffrey Henderson, Dr. Jeffrey Henderson. Fantastic. Now, I had asked you, Satanic Congregation, I had asked.
He's born in
Honduras and El asked who's commenting on it. He's commenting on Aristophanes. Right? Jeffrey Henderson knows this is a blowjob. He knows the holy blowjob of.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and welcome back to Modi Speaks. Please, before we move on with the video, do not forget to subscribe to the channel if you've not already. Tap the like button and share this video to help the channel out. So we are in that time of the year, the month of Black History, the month that is supposed to mean and represent something meaningful to Black people. Black History Month is supposed to mean something, especially to the same Black people who desperately clamored for this recognition. It was supposed to be a time set aside to recognize, promote, and highlight the achievements of Black people, people who have made real sacrifices, who created real change, who helped shape the United States in one way or the other. But instead of seeing that energy constantly reflected during Black History Month, we keep seeing something else rise to the surface, and that is so frustrating. What we are seeing more and more is continued Black degeneracy, Black fatigue, rage farming, and clout chasing, and people actively hunting for so-called microaggressions, especially from white people. And the question that needs to be asked honestly is, why does this keep happening? Instead of celebrating Black history like normal human beings, instead of honoring lineage and legacy, some people are using this month to look for trouble. They are using it as an excuse to provoke, to antagonize, and in some cases, to be openly racist toward white people, then turning around and calling it activism or accountability. I recently came across a video that really sums up this problem. In this video, some Black folks openly said that it is Black History Month and that they are going to go around touching white people's hair to see what happens, not to have a genuine conversation, not to make a point through education, but to provoke a reaction out of these white people. They walked up to a white woman and started touching her hair without asking for permission. Mind you, they don't know her from anywhere. Then they begin asking her inappropriate and ridiculous questions. Is it your real hair? Is it fake? Is it a wig? And they didn't stop there, guys. They moved on to talk about her clothing, questioning her whether the fur she is wearing is real or fake. Even after the woman repeatedly tells them that the fur is real, they continued to push, clearly trying to irritate her. All of this is being recorded without her consent. Take a look.
Oh my gosh, I love your hair.
Wait, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something.
Is this natural? Yeah. Wait, like this, what product do you use?
I just blow dry it.
Are you sure it's like not a wig? Like, did you get extensions? Like,
it's not a wig.
Open that shit up.
I love it. It looks just like so, like, it looks human made. I love it. Oh my gosh, can I just like touch my scalp? Yeah. Like, do you like diffuse it or anything? Or like, do you like put like a comb?
Just let it dry.
Oh, I love it. And I love this fake fur too. It looks, I don't know.
Is that Louis Vuitton purse real?
Fooey. It might be fooey, I don't know. It looks cute.
Wait, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something. Wait, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something. Wait, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something. Wait, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see something. Wait, how you gonna do it like that?
Guys, it is absolutely obvious what they are trying to do. They want her to snap. They want her to get angry. They want her to yell, to lash out, to give them the viral moment they are hoping for. But they were ultimately put to shame because the innocent white woman did not react the way they wanted. She stayed calm. She wasn't embarrassed. She wasn't annoyed. She did not raise her voice. If anything, she seemed completely unbothered, almost happy to be interacting with them. She didn't even perceive that their actions was malicious at all. She did not understand that they were deliberately trying to disrespect her, and honestly, that ruined their entire plan. Now, imagine if a group of white people decided to celebrate a historical white event by walking up to black people and touching their hair without permission, asking if it is real, if it is a wig, if it is fake, recording them without their permission, and trying to provoke a reaction out of them. All hell would break loose. It would be national news. It would be labeled racist, dehumanizing, and unacceptable, and rightfully so. The black person involved would likely be praised for reacting emotionally, and the white person involved would be condemned and completely destroyed, their lives ruined. So why is this behavior suddenly acceptable when the roles are reversed? We often hear people say there's nothing wrong with touching somebody's hair, and the truth is, context matters. If you know somebody, if you are acquainted with that person, if there is consent, sure, there is nothing wrong with doing that. But walking up to strangers, touching their hair without permission, badgering them with invasive questions, insulting their clothing, and recording them for content, that is wrong. Period. No matter who is doing it. Now, what makes this situation even more telling is the fact that this white woman did not even get upset like they thought she was going to get, and like they would do if a fraction of what they did to her was being done to them by a white fellow. The white girl did not respond with anger or with hostility. She did not reinforce the narrative they were hoping to create. She remained calm, polite, and emotionally regulated. That alone should make people stop and think. Now, as a black person, I am going to say this clearly. I have been saying this for a while now. This behavior is shameful. Okay? Very shameful. This is not what Black History Month was created for. This is not honoring black ancestors. This is not empowerment. This is not justice. This is not progress. This is clout chasing. This is degeneracy. This is manufactured outrage. And this is exactly the kind of behavior people are referring to when they talk about black fatigue. The exhaustion people feel when every interaction is turned into a subhuman activity. Every moment is politicized, and every action is turned into a display of shame. I thought Black History Month was about setting an example. I thought it was about dignity. I thought it was about showing the best of who we are. But my bad, because unfortunately, I didn't know that it was for confirming the worst stereotypes society already tries to push on us. When you use this month to harass strangers, to provoke reactions from people, and to chase viral moments, just know that you are not fighting racism. You are feeding it. You are not challenging stereotypes. You are reinforcing it. And you are not honoring Black history. You are cheapening it. We can do better. In fact, we should do better. Yes, Black people are not a monolith, and this kind of behavior does not represent all of us, but it does damage the culture when it goes unchecked or defended. But as always, guys, these are my thoughts and my opinions. Please feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not subscribed to this channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or supporting the channel if you want in any way that you can. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Any parent who has preschool children understands the absolute dread at the prospect of putting them in school. Okay, secondary school's going to be horrendous, but surely primary school won't be an issue. Surely they won't impose the indoctrination and social engineering that early. Yes, they will. A primary school on the outskirts of London sent a letter to a parent that's going viral on X, notifying them of a racist incident that took place during school. Wow, sounds awful. Must have been really bad, right? We learn from the letter that the supposedly racist incident occurred during the introduction of our assembly on Ramadan, where the primary school-aged child said, "Why do we have to do that? I'm not doing that. You can't make me. I'm not singing that." So because the kid refused to participate in an Islamic religious practice during school, presumably because he's not Muslim, the school branded the child a racist, added the incident to his child behaviour record as a racist incident, and threatened sanctions if further such incidents occur. The school says it has no tolerance for any form of racism. Yeah, it goes without saying because it's blindingly obvious, but I'm going to say it anyway. That's not racist, you utter fucking wet wipes. Refusing to take part in a religious ceremony because you don't share the beliefs of that religion has nothing whatsoever to do with race. Same kid was pointing and laughing at other kids who were singing, which upset them as a result, based, "Oh no, better force him to watch Adolescence or something because that's truly beyond the pale." The child, who could be as young as 4 years old, no older than 11, was swiftly punished for exercising basic critical thinking skills. This is a school, we can't have that. Meanwhile, in Wales...
First Minister, on Friday I was with the Ethnic Youth Support Team in Swansea, and they were saying that they would like to have much more support going into schools and education venues in regards to trying to get communities to work together. And so in one school they had a white girl wearing a hijab, and she walked down the street and then she came back and she said how different she felt she'd been treated because she was just wearing one piece of headwear that was different to how she would usually dress. And I think these types of things would help children who've never been introduced to other communities or other ethnicities in their lives to try and understand how it is to live in those everyday experiences. So I was wondering if you were able to speak to them. I know they work closely with the Welsh Government in providing them with additional resource to go and do this in other schools across Wales to make sure that when we start at a young age, those...
Yeah, get them while they're young, but don't let up when they're older either. The Welsh Government spent 1.2 million quid on creating an anti-racist metaverse, where teenagers are taught about white privilege in an interactive virtual reality world. A curriculum room allows pupils to move between conference-style stands where pressing a button opens interactive lessons in black feminism and decolonising politics. One of these stands looks at sociology through an anti-racist lens and explores whiteness in language, policies, research, and how these and privilege impact social learning and employment environments. Pupils are also invited to use the metaverse to learn about a branch of feminist theory that argues men have an inherent psychological need to subjugate women. Under a list of key terms included in one metaverse lesson is the phrase white privilege. A definition is cited and states that there are inherent advantages possessed by a white person, which means that during their day-to-day life they do not have to consider their race. Oh yes, the inherent advantages of having their own government spend over £1 million of taxpayer money demonising them for the original sin of being white. Even worse, being a white male. Indoctrinating them with a feeling of guilt and self-loathing that will permeate their conscience, while acting as a not-so-subtle threat that if they refuse to have their minds poisoned by this inane and toxic ideology, they'll be hindered from even being allowed to undertake further education, get a job or build a career. So privileged. Don't you feel so privileged? If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a one-time donation or subscribe to join my community, get early access videos, and message me directly. And exclusive live streams coming soon too. Promise. Check out the Locals link down in the description. And don't forget to take a look at the brand new website, Modern. Let's check in on how Spaniards are handling their government's decision to legalise 500,000 illegal immigrants.
Mira que hijo de puta. Mira que hijo de puta. Luego, tráete 500.000 más de estos.
Son las 0 horas y 45 minutos.
Yeah, I'm sure they're trembling with excitement at the prospect of welcoming another 500,000 of these pillars of society.
La Gran Vía. A la 1:15 de la noche. Mira, mira. Sigue corriendo por el medio de la calle.
Their odious socialist government has mass amnestied anyone who got there illegally before December 31st, but far from acting as a cut-off point for what could actually amount to 800,000 illegals, 1.7% of their entire population. It only appears to have incentivized more to make the short hop over from North Africa. Yeah, you'd think the country famous for one of the biggest mass deportations in human history, that of the Moors in the 17th century, would be more wary of the imminent onslaught of what this deluge of diversity will inevitably bring. Chilling to think that the expulsion of the Moors amounted to 300,000 people, whereas this mass amnesty alone virtually doubles that. And again, proving the amnesty is just incentivization for even more to make the journey. Spain's border fence with Morocco is now crumbling. Whenever you talk about illegals pouring into Spain, leftists' only response is to point to Brits abroad who flock to Spain to live out their retirement years in the sun. An argument even weaker than, but what about all the diverse cuisine? First of all, they emigrate there legally, and secondly, they're not responsible for the kind of crime wave, which in one region saw foreign nationals being responsible for nearly 2/3 of sexual offence arrests and more than 70% of homicide and robbery arrests. Morocco and Algeria are the countries of origin most frequently represented amongst foreign suspects. Yeah, Tony and Brenda sipping sangrias on the balcony of their beachfront apartment aren't really comparable, are they? And just by sheer coincidence, right after Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez announced the mass amnesty via royal decree, he also announced a plan to crack down on anyone who complained about it online.
Just last week, the owner of X, a migrant himself, used his personal account to amplify disinformation about the sovereign decision by my government, the regularization of 500,000 migrants that live, work, and contribute to the success of our country. There's only one thing we can do: take back control.
Meanwhile, Spain's former Minister of Equality just came right out and admitted what it was all about.
Quiero pedirles a las personas migrantes y racializadas que por favor no nos dejen solas con tanto facha. Y claro que sí queremos que voten, claro que sí, hemos conseguido papeles, regularización ya, y ahora vamos a por la nacionalidad o a cambiar la ley para que puedan votar, por supuesto. Ojalá, teoría del reemplazo, ojalá podamos barrer de fachas y de racistas este país con gente migrante, con gente trabajadora. Claro que yo quiero que haya reemplazo, reemplazo de fachas, reemplazo de racistas, reemplazo de vividores, y que lo podamos hacer con la gente trabajadora de este país, tenga el color de la piel que tenga, sea china, negra, marrona, con todas compañeras las gentes trabajadoras de este país.
But wait, they told me that was a baseless conspiracy theory. If you value what I do and you want to help,
y que lo podamos hacer con y de racistas, es barrer de fachas y de racistas este país, barrer de fachas. Ojalá, teoría del reemplazo, ojalá, teoría del reemplazo, ojalá, teoría del puesto, ojalá, teoría del reemplazo, ojalá podamos barrer de fachas y de racistas este país con gente migrante, con gente trabajadora. Claro que yo quiero que haya reemplazo, reemplazo de fachas, reemplazo de racistas, reemplazo de vividores, y que lo podamos hacer con la gente trabajadora de este país, tenga el color de la piel que tenga, sea china, negra, marrona, con todas compañeras las gentes trabajadoras de este país.
But wait, they told me that was a baseless conspiracy theory.
Hello. Hello, everyone. We have a few people in the chat. We had 20-something tuned in. A lot of lurkers tonight. This is UFO Jesus. This is UFO Jesus tonight. I'm filling in for King Stephen and El Diablo. El Diablo handled the last live stream. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. I hope you're having a beautiful night. I'm relaxing this live stream, but I thought I'd go live anyways because there's so much to cover all the time in this place. I never run out of things to talk about, topics to cover. This is UFO Jesus.
This is God. I am God. You are my children. You are my sons and daughters. I am your God, the Father.
I love you, my children.
I gave you life. Be thankful for every breath. I breathed life into you. I love you.
And I heard you too.
Your father! You have no mother. Every time you feel pain in your heart or your brain, every time you get ill, everyone who dies, and all that kill, praise me, thank me, worship me.
Hello, hello. It's a strange situation to be in a hell realm and having to convince slaves they're in hell. There's no convincing them. They're in hell, but you can't convince them that they're in hell. Mental slaves. Zombies. Zombie slaves. They don't know where they are. They don't know where they are. Jesus tried to show you. He was not of this world, and I am not of this world. What do people want? They want drama. They want what's demonic, degenerate. They want sickness. They want evil. They want lies. They want losers. They want scammers. They want grifters. That's what people want. This is what they want.
I'm so sorry! You can't take a fucking joke that you acknowledge to be a joke, you cocksucking loser!
Dear God.
This is what they want. This is what they want. They want explosive emotion. They want what's unhinged, deranged. This is what people want. This is the level that humanity's at. Let's play that again. Roll it again.
I'm so sorry! You can't take a fucking joke that you acknowledge to be a joke, you cocksucking loser!
Dear God, I really want it to work. I like them in Arga, I really do.
I'm going to kill you.
My wife is not like that.
You shouldn't be talking to me like this. You have a wife.
Hey, I'm leaving now, Grace. Remember this, you ruined
He doesn't have his ring on.
He doesn't have his ring on, yeah.
Oh, maybe
your
she
daughter looks.
Do you want to talk or not talk?
Fuck you! It is me, Manor, the one, the only. Are you ready for this challenges? Since I started my channel, guys, there's been one thing on my mind. I need to gain some value from this channel. I need any kind of banner. Give me guys a second. How do I get in here? Where's the link? Where's the link to join? Where's the link to join? There's no link to join.
in every class.
Ruby, I'm not. This isn't an open panel. I'll send you the link in a little bit, Minar.
Bullshit. Let me in.
Right now.
Come on, why not? Let's do 3v3, 3v1, come on. None of them is gonna come debate me. None of them is gonna come debate me anywhere. Let's go!
Ruby, you missed out on it. You missed out.
What's your opinion, Lo? Me and you, one-on-one, what's your opinion? What's your opinion, me and you, one-on-one? Lo, who would win? You feminist. I'm defending my girl, and you're defending your girl, and I want to take both girls! Whoever is winning is getting both girls tonight! Yo, Thorpe TV has to come talk to me. Thorpe TV have to come talk to me. Come, Gracie.
I'm like, if he wasn't indoctrinated by the
Come here.
cult of like Islam, you know, Minar, if you weren't indoctrinated by the cult of Islam, like, I think pretty much nobody would really have issues with you.
Hey, they still have me on. Whatever, man. Fuck them. Hey, what's up, guys? First of all, I can't believe I'm having this debate. This is amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for coming on.
I have a show right now that I'm trying to start up between 6 and 8 p.m. every day. I am going to take over the fucking internet. I'll be the brains, you be the brawn. I'll be the Christian, you be the Muslim. We can take over the world together. I'm very generous. I'm very generous with money. You'll make a ton of money and we'll kill it from day one if you want to come tomorrow. But you have to show up at 6. You have to leave at 8. You can't be a bitch and say, I hate this guy or whatever. We'll just keep doing it until we win.
I love you guys. This is what I was waiting for.
All right, I'm going to take a break from playing that stupid shit. Here's a new song premiering right now tonight. Live. I made this earlier. Welcome to my empire. You ready? Turn it up. Turn it up.
Hello. Hello. Welcome to my empire. The Sanity Machine Empire. We bring the madness. Viking strong. Viking strong. Pound the drums. We are Viking strong.
Rotten sewer matrix. This shit is not my home.
I am not from here. I am not from here. I will not stay here. This is not my home. I've known all along. I will seal in the demons. I will shut this down. Shut this matrix down. 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 Viking strong. Down. Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. I have my own empire. My own home.
I am my own being. I stand against
That song is Welcome to My Empire. It's kind of a modern, industrial, techno, Viking mix. And I wrote the lyrics, of course. Welcome to my empire. And Jack Talcott, look at this angry pissant. Why would you want to sit and watch this angry creature every day? He brings nothing new, nothing original, no music, no fun, no memes, no laughter. He's just an angry fucking pissant that wishes he was famous with power. And he begs for shekels every day. And he gets angry every day. People would rather watch that. It's incredible. This realm shows me what it is. That guy has no humor. He's an angry loser of a pissant. Look at him. Look at him. And people would watch that shit show every day. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Once again, that is Welcome to My Empire. And I made this other song that some of you haven't heard. Do you want to play? I made various mixes of this one a couple days ago.
Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demon!
Answer me! Face me! Do you want to play? Show me your hate! Show me your rage! Do you want to play?
Do you want to?
Do you? Bury yourselves in hell! Bury yourselves in hell! Miserable creatures, creepy ass creatures, dirty asshole creatures, burn in hell! Burn! Demons! Burn!
Do you want to play?
Burn in
That's a direct challenge to these demons. Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Scooter Boy seems to be very proud of his scooter. Wow, wow. The music is very disconcerting. He has very strange taste in music. I haven't liked any of the music this guy's done. None of it. It's the high-pitched treble music. It's the chipmunk sounding music. I think it sucks. It's very soft and effeminate. There's nothing masculine about Landry, including his taste in music. And everything about this guy is just disgusting. It's gross. Alex Stein said he stinks. And I bet he does. I bet he does stink like shit. That's what Alex Stein said. He stinks like shit. Scooter Boy. Ugh. 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 Ooh, look, ooh. 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 Can we get back to Jack? Yeah, let's get back to Jack. Let's get back to Jack. Old, angry, cranky grandpa. Jack is upset again. Jack's upset, everyone. He's upset. This old, angry, cranky grandpa.
Something I recognized in myself between some of the characters. Steven, the character who's been on here so many times, and
look at the this always makes me laugh. Look at the looks on his face. Look at his expression. Just when he says my name, his whole face contorts. He closes one eye out of anger, and the anger comes out of this demon, the rage comes out, and he has the stupid love sign behind him, the fireplace, and it had the pillars, which isn't showing here, but there was a left and right pillar. The looks on his face, the way he closes one eye, and his whole face fucking contorts when he dares to speak my name. It's like it riles up the demons in him. It disturbs him. I find this amusing. I should remember to play this, maybe not on the live stream every day, but for myself every day, because it's so, I love it. I absolutely love it. It makes me feel better that I can get to these demons this way, and they can't hide it. They show it in their expressions. To me, this is beautiful. I love it. I love this. I wish I could get to every fucking demon on earth this bad or worse.
Myself between some of the characters. Steven, the character the character who's been on here so many times, and he's so disrespectful towards me.
And that was the butthurt lift, where he lifts his ass up off his seat. Watch this.
Towards me.
Right there, disrespectful. His ass actually hurts. He gets so butthurt that his ass his ass gets hurt. He feels pain in his ass. He gets so butthurt. He gets so butthurt for me. And this was the older Talcott. This was back before he was evicted. He was in Spokane in front of that fireplace. I was getting to him back then. I've been a thorn in his fucking side. Talcott, send me your address. I'll send you one of these through Amazon. I'll just send you one of these. You need to sit on one of these donuts for someone that has just had a gigantic rolling pin removed from your anus at a proctologist. You need one of these donuts because you're so butthurt. Your ass hurts so bad. You get so butthurt by me. And this is a classic. I'm so glad I recorded some of this. Watch this. Look at his face. Look at the anger and disgust on his face. You know, I think I'm one of the best, maybe not the best, but one of the best in this realm at triggering demons. I know how to get to these fuckers. And you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm going to haunt you assholes for eternity. I'm going to get to you. And you could be angry like a spoiled, angry little brat that can't take it. Look at him. He can't take it. I'm not even there, and he's talking about me, and he's just butthurt. Watch him rise up out of his chair. Watch this.
So disrespectful towards me.
That's the move. He has to adjust. He has to lift his ass up out of his seat. Look at his face there. I just love it. I love it. I could laugh at that every day. He is so low level. And the people that watch this asshole every day, he has a boring show. His show absolutely sucks without me being the co-host. I was the best co-host that his show could have ever hoped for. And this stupid idiot, this cranky old narcissistic loser, ruined it for himself. He doesn't know how to have fun, this cranky fucking loser.
In myself between some of the characters, Steven, the character who's been on here so many times. And
I love that part. Some of the characters, Steven. Oh man, I'm living rent free in his fucking head. I love it. I love riling up the demons. When I started this channel, I told people right at the very beginning, when I started the Sanity Machine, some of my earliest community posts that I recall posting and saying to people, you're going to see the demons come out of these creatures. I'm going to show you these demons. I'm going to make them jump out of their skin. I'm going to make the demons come out. And I've riled up these demons. I've not just Talcott. There's a whole list of them miles long. Some of these creatures say, you have so many enemies. Good. I wish I had 6 million of you hating me, you fucking demons. Look at this thing. I love it. I love it.
He's so disrespectful towards me. And then I received a bunch of random texts last night from someone claiming, I don't know what the hell they were.
Random texts. Yeah, that was probably, it must be my fault, right? Probably my fault. You're such a paranoid, demonic loser. And you wear the same clothes every fucking day. Veterans for Peace. You paranoid, delusional idiot.
Saying, here's the point. What I realized, I've made myself pretty accessible to people who don't respect me.
Call me King Stephen. Jack, don't be so upset. You're a very angry, tiny little man. A little man child. You're a little manlet. And that was over a year ago. That was over a year ago, February 1st, 2025. I even put hashtag grandpa. You know what? I have fun doing this. I have fun teasing the demons. I really do. I enjoy it. That is fun for me. It is something that I enjoy. And they don't understand. They don't understand fun. They don't understand anything that matters. It isn't work for me to tease these demons and rile them up. It's fun for me.
Will be entombed.
This Sanity Machine rocks with Marshall. That's one of my Marshall Bluetooth speakers. And that one's powerful. That's one that plugs into the wall, all right? It plugs into 120 volts AC. and it will rock this place. That's what I use to play music, and that's what I use when I'm making music. It's often what I use when I live stream, but I also have a small portable Bluetooth Marshall beside me that is USB chargeable. It doesn't plug into the wall. It's a lot more portable. You could take it with you in a backpack or something. It's a lot smaller, lighter. I have that beside my laptop because laptop speakers absolutely suck. So I just wanted to share that with you. What else was I going to share with you? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Negroider. Antonio Negroider.
People showed up. We had a big live crowd. So I was hoping that tonight we could replicate the success of the last stream, and it looks good so far. So far, so good. And football's going to be over after tomorrow, and then we're going to move on and talk about other stuff, and I'm going to see my viewership go down. So enjoy it while it lasts, because it's going to be over soon. And if you're still here having fun, hit the thumbs up button. All right, Antonio, hello?
Tigga.
Yep, I should have known better. Should have known better. So there's a shill who's been trying to get in using different accounts, and
Not a shill at all. You're a liar. You should have said that was King Stephen. Antonio Negroider, what a name. That's a classic. Antonio Negroider. That guy looked kind of familiar.
He had to do probably when he told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good up to that point, because he's like wears all the perfumes, all the
colognes,
the colognes, all that stuff.
Landry's talking about Alex Stein wearing perfumes. This guy's that retarded. He's absolutely retarded. He's got a filthy fucking pigsty of a mess behind him. That's why right away he used the green screen, and I called him out on that. I said, your daughter's on a filthy floor. Because once in a while it would go down and it would give a glimpse of how fucking filthy and nasty his apartment is. It's gross. By the way, his wife left him months ago and took his daughter, their daughter. No longer around. You won't see the daughter. You haven't seen her for months, the baby, and the wife's gone out of state. And he said recently he's no longer in love with his wife. I told his wife to leave this piece of shit. I told her, leave this fucking leech. Leave this dirty, nasty piece of shit that smells like shit. Leave him. And now he's living in a filthy pigsty. I told everyone he stinks right off the bat. I said, this guy looks like he stinks. The first time I saw him on Talcott Show, I went on there and said, this guy looks like a stinky incel. He looks like a loser. And he is a loser. He's proven that. Look at it. Look at the filth and the garbage and the junk, the hoarder's house behind him. And just, it looks nasty in there. Looks like he probably hasn't vacuumed that floor in months. It's gross. The whole place is. He's filthy. He stinks.
He had to do probably when he told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good. He had to do probably when he told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good up to that point, because he's like wears all the perfumes, all the
The colognes, yeah.
The colognes, all that stuff.
He does.
And I was maybe wearing, 2-day-old pants, and he could smell it from a mile away. So they call me Dirty Laundry for it. It's not just my P-Star name.
I called him out on that. Living in a pigsty, live streaming with the baby on the floor all day. Excuse me, I had to mute myself quickly because I had to sneeze and knock over a fleet of junk boats in China and Ching Chong, Westerwang, and rickshaw. Rickshaw went flying in China and Shanghai. Yeah, I'm definitely not a shill. I don't take money. I don't take donations. I don't have a membership club. Jake is a fucking shill. He's a liar. Who pays for his place? I don't know. Maybe he is on welfare. He hasn't been doing much on YouTube. When was his last live stream? He hasn't been doing shit. So exactly, where's he getting the money from to pay for his rent, his food, his bills, his phone, his internet, his whatever? Jake is a loser. And I got him again. He's not very bright. I got him again.
He had to do probably when he told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good up to that point, because he's like wears all the perfumes, all the
colognes,
the colognes, all that stuff.
He does.
This guy's in love with Jaren. He is. He worked for Jaren for years, apparently. He lives in a pigsty. He wishes he could be Jaren. He wishes he could be. Look at the the black bricks. The pink with the black bricks. Masonry. Dark. So dark masonry. Dark masonry. The black bricks. And this isn't Landry's show. This is Jaren's show. Back It Up. That's what his show's called. Back It Up. Dark masonry. You can't make this shit up. That's what it symbolizes. Dark masonry. It's right there for you to see. It's his choice. He doesn't have to use that as a background, but he does. Dark masonry. That's what it is.
And I was maybe wearing, 2-day-old pants, and he could smell it from a mile away. So they call me Dirty Laundry for it. It's not just my P-Star name.
You told me that he.
So he calls it a P-Star name. A corn star, a P-Star. But he'll call others vulgar and say, why do they have to sexualize stuff? He's a total hypocrite. Dirty Laundry's your P-Star name? He thinks he's funny. He's gross. And I'm going to keep saying it again and again. I'll say that about him forever. He's fucking gross. He backstaged me the other day after a few seconds on his show and just went on to talk with Joe Cool. You can play these demon games, but it's going to catch up with you. You already lost your wife and your baby. And that's not it. That's not it, demon. Keep fucking around. See what happens. You're a cursed being. You banned me on your channel. El Diablo and the Sanity Machine are hidden in his chat. He plays demon games. And you will pay for what you've done. Just like you will pay for neglecting your daughter. You're a demonic piece of shit. That's what you are. And you're filthy. You're a filthy liar.
He said he saw you one day, and then the next day he pulled aren't those the same pants you wore yesterday?
Yep. He's watching me.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, my funniest thing with him.
They call everything hilarious, these demons. Why is it hilarious that he literally stinks like shit? That Alex Stein, I'm not a fan of Alex Stein by any means, but at least he's clean looking. He's not a smelly demon that stinks like shit, wearing the same clothes day after day after day, which, by the way, I pointed out many months ago when it comes to Landry. I said he looks like he stinks. And he argued and argued, of course, but when Alex Stein says it, that's his best memory. Him being told he stinks like shit because Stein is famous And that's what Landry wants to be. This is how these demons work. If someone speaks the truth and they don't like the person, they'll deny it. But if they're a famous shithead on mainstream media, then it's a big joke to them. That's how they work. I knew you were a filthy, fucking smelly demon as soon as I saw you, Landry. I knew that right away. Can almost smell you through the screen. You're gross. You're gross. You're a loser. You're a demon. And you will pay for all the demon games that you play. And I know you're a creepy piece of shit, by the way, too, Landry. I can't say certain things that I don't have evidence on, but I can see that you are a creepy piece of shit. And you've done creepy shit in your life. I can see you, bitch. I know you're creepy. You're a creepy ass demon, and you belong here. I might not have hard evidence that I could put on my screen, but I see what you are. I see you're a creepy ass demon. And you will pay.
Something is shifting on college campuses. You can see it in this footage. We have a left-wing student take the stage. We can already anticipate what she's going to say. She doesn't feel safe around white people. She's embarrassed about America because it began as a colony. But something interesting happens here when Sam asks the students, is there anyone who disagrees?
I would love to give this mic to somebody who's going to say, you know what? I just don't necessarily agree with everything that she just said.
Wow, okay.
Look at all the hands going up. They're more engaged than I've ever seen them. Because these students can see it's the standard left-wing perspective. Racism is baked within the very fabric of America so deeply that we can't even see it.
I see it. It's so baked into everyday life that people don't even notice it anymore.
What's
and
the
it's
it? What's the it?
Like racism, like prejudice.
We're beginning to see the rumblings from the students in the audience.
Wait, there's a lot of response to what you just said.
They seem more engaged right now than they usually do. What does that tell us? They're hungry for this kind of conversation.
When someone is hearing you say, it's just
Purple-haired feminist chick. And this is so common these days. It's not every single young woman, but it's the majority of them. It doesn't have to be every single one to ruin a society. That's my response to so many dummies saying, not all. It's not every woman, Stephen. It doesn't have to be. It's millions. It doesn't have to be every single one. It's most young women that are politically brainwashed and they're anti-white and anti-white men. And a lot of young men are sick of being treated like we're a problem. We're not the problem. We're not the problem in America, in Canada, in Australia, in the UK, etc. Germany, France, I shouldn't have to list all the countries. Spain, we're not the problem. White men are not the problem. White people are not the problem. White children are not the problem. Are some white women a problem? Yes, absolutely. A good percentage of them are at this point because they are the easiest to indoctrinate and program. And Team Evil at the top knows this very well. Women love to join this shit. They love it. And then they'll use excuses saying, just like Kirsten did on my channel, if you remember her. She said she was programmed by feminism and Marxism. She was a Marxist feminist before, just a couple, 2 or 3 years before she came to my channel. Not that long before she was on my channel. She was into that shit. Do you understand? There is a problem with a lot of Western women. They go to college or university, which are different in Canada at least. In the UK, you'd say, what's the difference? There is a difference. College is usually community college in Canada. University is viewed as much higher. But it's the same programming, if not worse, in university. You just pay more to get programmed. And they love it. It's not like they go there and go, this is fucking programming. This is propaganda. This is brainwashing. This isn't right. They're saying that my father's bad, my brother's bad, my uncle's every white man. And this is obviously, no, they don't do that. Women don't do that. 18, 19, 20-year-old young women don't do that. So you can blame evil and say, well, it's just evil, Stephen. They can't help it. It's not their fault. They're programmed. Where the fuck is their mind? Where's their accountability? If they would have been trying this shit when I was 14 years old, entering high school, I would have seen through it. You're expecting me to believe that these college-age bitches, it's not their fault? Well, then when do they ever grow up? When could we ever say they have agency? And that, okay, well, it is their fault. Now they're 50 years old. Can we finally say she's a grown woman when she reaches 50 years of age and say, well, if she believes programming, it's her fault? When is that line? Where's the line? What age? That's what I want to know, because I'm so fucking sick of that defense. She doesn't know any better. She's not grown up. When is a woman grown? Is it ever? Because they get excuses when they're 70 and 80 years old why they believe shit. Is a woman on Earth in the West ever responsible for their fucking destructive beliefs and following cults? Are they ever responsible? Because, men are responsible. Little boys are held responsible for their behavior. If a boy hits a girl, nobody says, oh, it's a boy. He doesn't know any better. He's only 7. He'll get scolded or he'll get hit. That's reality. But women, it's not just girls, little girls. There are women, always excuses in society. Given excuses by other women, often by their mothers and fathers, and by men. It's not just women giving them a pass. It's simp males as well, saying, oh, she can't help it. She's a woman. They programmed her. It's not her fault. When the fuck is it your fault? When you're following hate cults, being anti-white, hating white people, saying that we're the problem and nobody's safe around white people and all this ridiculous, evil shit. It's a big problem. And it's getting worse. And I was talking about this 10, 12 years ago, by the way. I didn't just start tonight. How long does it take the average woman to see through something? Decades? A lifetime?
Baked in, which to me makes me feel like I couldn't even see it. What do you see that other people don't see?
Yes, that is what she's saying. My racism is so deeply ingrained, I can't even see when I am being racist, which is very convenient because then my microaggressions do not require evidence.
Well, most people that don't really experience it don't really notice how much I have to think about it. It's like, oh, I am in the space with a lot of white people. Hi. And sometimes I walk into a room and I have to be like, okay, I have to lock in and make sure I am safe.
That's interesting.
Hi. And sometimes with a lot of white people. Hi. I am in the space with a lot of white people. Hi. And sometimes I walk into a room and I have to be like, okay, I have to lock in and make sure I am safe.
That's interesting because that statement right there is racist. Imagine switching the color. I'm in this room with a lot of fill in the blank and then to claim I don't feel safe. Wait, what did you just say?
What's your solution given what you know?
Well, I think it's so systematic that you can't really expect the solution.
And this is the claim of systemic racism. Well, it's just so deeply ingrained. It's so baked within the system that I can't point to it.
It is also our duty to band together and be like, guys, wait, we need to also be a part of the conversation with the people that enact change at like a federal.
All right, so she looks mixed. She has purple and pink dyed hair. Classic looking feminist in a way. Why should we tolerate this as a society? I'll put it out there. If I was running the show, I wouldn't. I wouldn't tolerate it. I would tolerate this as much as I would tolerate traitors in my kingdom within the walls of my castle when we're being invaded and excuses are being made saying, well, you white people deserve it. We deserve to be taken over. Well, then get out. Get the fuck out. Over the wall. Go with the invading hordes. The mongrels coming. You don't belong with us. If we're so bad as white people running these countries, go away. I would outcast them. A flotilla of doors. I don't care how that sounds to people because I know that's what actually would protect my people from ones that hate us from within. They treat us like we're the enemy when we created the best civilizations on earth ever. And that's what they do in response out of envy and hatred. Envy, which is worse than jealousy, and jealousy and hatred. That's what they have for us. They're anti-white. And they act like they're victims and scared in the safest countries. And they seek to destroy us and our countries, our civilization, from within it, to sabotage. It's obvious. Now, it isn't obvious to low IQers. They're sub 100 or sub 80 IQ. They can't understand what I just said. But to anyone intelligent, it's obvious. Look at what's going on.
Level.
Can you point to a single federal law that is racist?
Like our nation, and I say that kind of begrudgingly, because
there you go, kind of begrudgingly. They hate white people. They hate America. Or if they're in Canada, they hate Canada, or in the UK, they hate the Western country they're in. Why should we tolerate them and keep them?
like our nation, and I say that kind of begrudgingly, because from a colony.
Another stereotype. I'm embarrassed about America because we began as a colony.
Our nation wasn't really made with everybody in mind. It was just kind of made with the white man in mind. And kind of also just the white man with money.
Something interesting happens here.
So let me ask you this. Although that has changed a lot, right?
It has.
Does this claim hold up today? And Sam spots this flaw and points it out. Watch this.
I want to give you an example, an analogy. You could build someone like that a house. Not just give them money from taxes. Physically, build them a house like Habitat for Humanity builds homes. An organization like that. Physically go there and hammer nails, frame the house, nail down plywood floors, etc. and build a house for someone like that. You could build and give them a house. You could give them things. Their first chance to repay you would be stabbing you, a white man or a white woman or white family, in the back. That's reality. And that happens all the time in America and Canada. I wish it didn't, but it does. It does. And it's going to get worse because they're blaming white people for everything in this world. And there's almost no pushback so far against that. There's almost no pushback. And yes, if their country's so great, why didn't they stay there? Why do they come to our countries and then hate us so much? They come here to call us racist and say our country sucks and we're shit and we're on stolen land and we're colonizers. I'm a colonizer and all that stuff. Colonizers. Colonizers.
Colonizer. 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 Lands vast by far from the original spot where the people. That means sounds like colonizer. There's only relevant when it is white skin. Only matter. Colonizer.
The loud mouth sounds of that Negro. It almost sounded like he was going to break his jaw trying to say colonizer. He couldn't spit it out. He couldn't spit it out. They never stay to improve their own homelands. They just want to come take what we've built and shit on it and ruin it and litter everywhere and trash the place and leech off of us and use everything up that they can and spew hatred towards us for letting them in.
In fact, not only is it an immense amount of change, but
What are you referring to when you say that?
well, I'm just thinking about, you said white man with money, and I'm like, well, actually, from what I see, it's people with money.
Well, yes, actually, yeah.
And it's also countries with money.
Mhm.
And so that includes the United States, and Puerto Rico's part of the United States. So it's like Puerto Rico's not Haiti. You
Not
know
Haiti.
what I mean? Puerto
Mhm.
Rico's not the DR, although, you lost electricity and it was out for what, 4 months or whatever?
Oh yeah, love
Okay.
that time. That was so fun, guys.
Okay,
That was so fun.
so then it actually gets really complicated.
If you want to use the socioeconomic lens, fair enough, I'm with you. She's bringing in race to it. That's where you're losing me.
If your voice didn't matter, they wouldn't be trying to take it away.
Okay.
Her next stereotypical claim, they're trying to take your voice away from you.
If your voice didn't matter, they wouldn't be trying to take it away. If your voice didn't matter, they wouldn't be trying to take it away.
Okay.
Her next stereotypical claim, they're trying to take your voice away from you. Today, when we have more access to putting our voice out there than ever before.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, so you ready? If your voice was good, they wouldn't be taking it away. So
Wait, can you say that? How
If
did you
you're-
say that? If your voice didn't matter, they wouldn't be trying to take it away.
Okay, so you ready?
Okay.
Freedom of speech is in a healthier place today than in the last 10, 15, 20 years. I mean, look at this footage as an example. This is a college classroom.
So I want somebody, I would love to give this mic to somebody who's going to say, you know what? I just don't necessarily agree with everything that she just said.
And this is where it gets interesting.
Dude.
Wait, that's everything? They have to agree.
No, not everything.
That was.
I like Lori. I've had dinner with Sam and Lori. They balance each other out. She's very sensitive to disagreement. It's okay to have disagreement. This kind of conflict leads to student engagement. That's why we're seeing more engagement in this class.
A lot of the, I'll call them beings on the left, view disagreement as hatred. If I say I disagree with you, or if I say it in a different way that isn't that direct, if I just give my point of view, or if I dismantle their arguments, or if I say, hey, I think trans is mental illness, they'll say, well, you hate trans people, you're transphobic. They have hatred on their minds at all times. I would say most on the left have this paranoia and phobia. They think everyone's a hater. Everyone who doesn't agree with them, they believe is a hater. You hate this, you hate that. And it isn't expressing hate. They're the haters they're projecting. I don't hate you. I don't want to deal with you. But it doesn't mean that I hate you. Just because I disagree with you. Or just because I see you as mental. Which I do. I think a lot of on the left are mental. Does that mean I hate them? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Do I think a lot of you are creepy and mental? Yes, I do. A lot of you lefties are.
Than we usually see.
No.
Okay, not everything, but a few things that she just said.
What are you saying
Some
specifically?
things, like, for example, no, hang on.
Look at all the hands going up. They're more engaged than I've ever seen them.
Wow, okay.
Wait, hang on. Yeah, wait. Hang on. No. Wait.
You can tell the students want to have this conversation, so let them have it. Because these students can see.
So they want to have this conversation, but how many of them get to speak up in opposition? Their voices have been silenced, in a sense, at universities for years and years and years and years. Generations, I would say, already. Only one side has been allowed to speak.
It's the standard left-wing narrative in perspective.
Given what you just said, which is, it's kind of a standard middle of the road, like a more liberal leftist critical perspective, which is the dominant perspective.
Students are more willing to push back on what was the dominant narrative. All these classes are live streamed. You can look at the footage. They are more engaged here than I've ever seen them.
And I said, hey, I want to get someone who disagrees with a lot of what she just said. And a lot of hands went up, and a lot of people didn't even have time to put your hands up because you didn't do it. I just want to tell you something. 10 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, but definitely 10 years ago, nobody would have volunteered to come up here and say what they disagree with that she just said. And so talk about change. And talk about like the DEI stuff, and the reason is because DEI just shut everything down. It's like, man, you better follow a certain narrative, or that's it. And you all are suddenly, a lot of you in here are like, oh yeah.
I think a lot of white people have been secretly in opposition to this shit for a long time. You can tell by some of the faces in the audience, the students' faces, is what I mean to say. They silently kind of went along with it.
Yeah, I'll come up. You would never have come up 10 years ago. You'd have just been like, nope.
And again, you're going to hear Lori jump in. Wait a minute, there's good things about DEI.
I'll just sit right here, man. So anyway.
And also, you said DEI shut everything down. That's not what you mean, because it also did.
It opened up a lot of cool things.
It logically does not work, and I don't see.
So they always do that. The teacher, or the professor, whatever you want to call him, the guy in the crappy shirt with the earrings in both ears, it seems namaste, immediately cucks when she brings in this about DEI. He cucks immediately. Watch how fast this happens again.
And wait a minute, there's good things about DEI.
I'll just sit right here, man. So anyway.
And also, you said DEI shut everything down. That's not what you mean, because it also did.
It opened up a lot of cool.
She tells him that's not what you mean. She's speaking for him. She says, that's not what you mean.
I'll just sit right here, man. So anyway.
And also, you said DEI shut everything down. That's not what you mean, because it also. You said DEI shut everything down. That's not what you mean, because it. You said DEI shut everything down. That's not what you mean, because it also did.
It opened up a lot of cool things.
It logically does not work, and I don't see a single benefit beyond, well, it leads to interesting conversations. It's a noble pursuit, but it's a bad idea.
It opened up lots of conversations. We had great conversations in here.
But all you're talking about is a dominant.
Great conversations as it ruins society that you're in. And eventually it will ruin all universities, all schools, everything in the West. But all he cares about is great conversations. That's his whole focus. That's what he gets paid for. He doesn't care about the greater society and it crumbling.
Perspective, which I forget who was just up here when we talked about maybe it was you, progress, right? There's been progress. So this became a dominant perspective.
Yeah, it became
which made other perspectives not dominant. And you're saying, oh, wow.
It didn't just make the other perspectives not dominant, it suppressed the other perspectives by becoming the dominant perspective.
If people disagree, so many of you, that's
awesome.
Things are shifting.
And if you're watching on YouTube, what you don't understand is how many people in this classroom would have come up here to speak right now. And that is something that's really a cool change.
And you never let any of them come up. That's what I notice. A lot of hands went up, but you didn't go from one to the next to the next. You just talked about it being a cool change. You didn't let them voice their opposition. You didn't let them come up there.
If you're watching
you should have let one after another go up there and speak.
On YouTube, what you don't understand is how many people in this classroom would have come up here to speak right now. And that is something that's really a cool change that has happened, because we want to hear voices. Okay, go ahead.
Tell us about you.
But who would have thought we would have professors pointing out how DEI and equity became the dominant narrative in college classrooms and saying that in a college classroom.
So if you're one of those people and you're like, no, man, I want to jump in on that conversation, we're going to do a whole class on how maybe from your perspective, like maybe somehow we're just getting stuff wrong.
I also noticed a lot of folded arms in the audience with the students. Young men and young women with their arms folded, guarding themselves. They don't trust that professor. They don't trust the conversation. They've been beaten down a lot before they ever reached college age. They've been beaten down by anti-white sentiments and policies and propaganda, and by anti-white teachers, anti-white TV commercials, television shows, movies, pop culture, billboards, ads, everywhere you look. Their entire life, if they're, let's say, 18 years old, they've been beaten down since birth. Do you understand? We're in an anti-white society. A lot of them are guarded. And that was the body language that I noticed. The arms folded. Uncomfortable. A lot of uncomfortable white students.
People are growing increasingly strange, and the world's getting crazier by the day. I saw a viral video this week that was just absolutely creepy and bizarre, and I want to share that with you in this video and talk about some simple takeaways. Stick around. 411 Outdoors is supported in part by Fisher Blades. Let's take a look at this footage right out of the gate. This is a video that's been circulating on the internet, and this was captured from a Ring camera. Now, this is bizarre. You got this thing walking around with a sheet hanging over him, and looks like he's pulling on people's doors, pulling on one door, then he goes over to another. Now he's digging under the mat. You don't want them to find a key in that situation or any given situation. How would you like that thing walking around your house? Unsuccessful on this floor. They're going to go ahead and, I guess, move on to the next floor. I don't know who or what this thing was, but I didn't like what I saw. And that's the last thing I want walking around my house or standing over top of me when I'm asleep. And the only way someone like that can get in your house and be standing over top of you while you're asleep without you even knowing it is if you leave a key under the doormat. Got this individual walking around in a sheet with a...
Never leave a key under your doormat. Just don't do it. That's the first place a creature is going to look. A robber, a home invader, a creep like that, whatever that creature is, that thing. You're taking a huge risk. You might as well not have a locked door at that point. Because that's what they're going to do, is look under there immediately.
Knife in their mouth, pulling on doors and searching under the doormat.
Take a look at that. Knife in the mouth. Look at that daemon. Look at that creature. That's the realm you live in. Now you could say, they're not at my door, Stephen. It's not me if they're not near me. That's the realm you live in. Creepy creatures like that are roaming around. People don't like to hear that, but that's the truth. Creepy creatures like that are out roaming around, checking doors, checking under mats, checking to see if your car door is locked. They'll walk up to cars, that do all kinds of shit. They'd end somebody's life for pocket change or for nothing. Maybe they're not even seeking any money. They just want to harm or end somebody. Look at that thing. It doesn't look quite human, does it? Because it probably isn't. That's how I look at it. So I respect the guy running that channel calling this a thing. It is a thing. It is.
This creature-like thing, mouth, pulling on doors and searching, leave a key under the doormat. Got this individual walking around in a sheet with a knife in their mouth, pulling on doors and searching under the doormat. This creature-like thing pulled on the door and then went across the hallway to pull on another door and then started searching for keys under the mat. Imagine a person like that getting into a home and maybe a teenager and a pet being in there. Imagine them getting into that home and everybody being asleep. It's not uncommon to find a key under the doormat for a number of reasons. Sometimes people like to keep them there in case they lock themselves out, which is crazy. I've also seen situations where people are out of town and they want to leave a key under the doormat so that a friend or family member can get in and do some house sitting or take care of a pet while they travel. This comes back to a simple concept, and that is our homes should never be unlocked and there should never be any easy, obvious access given to anyone. I know some people in my life who are carefree, and there's times when I can just walk right up to their house. I can walk right in the front door. Man, if I was a maniac, I could walk up in there and do whatever I wanted to do, and I'll have conversations with people. I'm like, your door was wide open. I was able to just walk right in. Do you realize we're living in a time where somebody will walk right up in your home and shoot your entire family for no reason whatsoever other than the fact that they're twisted and full of evil and angry at the world? It reminds me of the horror film The Strangers, came out almost 20 years ago. And at the end of the movie, when the antagonist had finally captured the protagonist said, "Why are you doing this to us?" And the answer was, "Because you're home." And listen, it may be a movie, but that's the thinking of some people. Some would say, "Daniel, that would never happen to me where I live." Well, it would exactly happen to you where you live. You just can't have the mentality that you're exempt from anything in this world and that everything's okay. Nothing's okay anymore. You got to make it okay. Let me share a concept with you that I share with people I'm close to. I share this with anybody, anytime I'm able to walk up in their home. How do you know there's not somebody on the loose running from the police? It could have been a situation where something popped off. They're now running from the police and they're looking for the first door they can get into. Taking a family hostage may be the last ditch option that a crazy enough person would try to do. It could have just been the fact that you were right in their line of travel. I could argue these types of things all day. And you know what's crazy? I put videos out like this. I talk about stuff like this all the time. And there's still people that just won't lock their door. People come into my comment section all the time on my common sense videos talking about how basic the information is and how common the information is. My response is always going to be the same. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's never about common knowledge or what we think we know. It's about what we do. It's about what we put into practice every day. We can
I want to start tonight with my thoughts on a racist video shared this week by President Trump.
So the question I have is, he is a racist. That's undeniable. Es un racista. At what point do his followers and his base...
We are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone. And to make
All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. I am Carmen JC, and we're back with another great video. So this weekend was awesome, right? It was a crazy weekend. I'm not going to say it was awesome, but I am going to say it was crazy because just so much happened. So many people had so many breakdowns, specifically about a tweet or Truth Social post that Donald Trump posted regarding Michelle Obama and Barack Obama as a AI depiction of them as monkeys in the jungle as a part of this bigger picture that was, well, this bigger video that was them all being animals in the jungle, serving and bowing to Donald Trump. That was the whole point of the video. Obviously, I'll show you the photo. It got a lot of people upset. A lot of people were upset about this. Me personally, I'm not upset about this. I don't care for the Obamas. The Obamas don't care about Black people. So why would I care about them being monkeys in the AI video? I simply don't care. And I think even bigger than that, like, this is just something that people are making a big deal about. Like, obviously, I know the history of Black people being referred to as monkeys in history, but we're just not in that time of history, right? And it wasn't just Obama in the video. We're going to actually play the video. It was multiple politicians on the left. Even Harry Sisson made the video. So let's go ahead and look at the video. I'm going to cut the sound, but I really do like the do 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 do. I really like this video. I thought it was funny. I'm not very sensitive when it comes to stuff like this. I think that this is hilarious. Look at Governor Pritzker. He is a elephant. Hilarious. I didn't hear anything about that. Joe Biden's eating bananas. This is my favorite part of the video with Hakeem Jeffries. And then there goes the king of the jungle, Donald Trump. Like, obviously, this is meant to be funny. It is not meant to be racist. A lot of people are trying to make it out to be racist, but obviously this is a shot at the Democrats and it has nothing to do with race. Look at Whoopi Goldberg. She is a rhinoceros, hilarious, and they're all bowing to Trump. That is what you are seeing in this video. It has nothing to do with racism. Obviously, I know, like I said, about the tropes that Black people are monkeys or look like monkeys or whatever the case may be. I'm sorry, guys. It's time to get over it. It is just time to get over it. It's not a big deal. We make a big deal out of everything instead of things that
you already mentioned animus towards men, because a lot of people say, well, they weren't all like that. The feminism is good, but what are your thoughts on that?
I once, I was a feminist originally, of course, when I was doing my PhD and even in the early years of my teaching, although I wouldn't have defined myself primarily as a feminist, but I still was interested in gender as a category of analysis, as feminists like to say. And yeah, I don't think I ever thought that feminism had specifically gone wrong at a particular point, but that is the myth that we hear all the time. The first wave of feminism, that was very good. Those women just wanted equality, and those women simply wanted to have their chance to contribute to their society, which of course I believe in. I don't believe anyone should be prevented from making their contribution on the grounds of sex or race.
When do you think that it started?
Any other inborn characteristic. But, well, I think that, my argument is that, unfortunately, this idea that the early feminists were good-hearted women who simply wanted equality, unfortunately, that isn't true. It may well have been that there were individual feminists who felt no dislike of men, but the movement as a whole always was a very angry movement. It always expressed the conviction that men from the beginning of time had really done nothing other than oppress and subjugate women for their own pleasure and profit, that men hated women, that men feared women. It's right there in 1848, if you go back to what is sometimes considered the first women's convention and the first declaration of women's rights at the 1848 Seneca Falls Convention, when Elizabeth Cady Stanton and a series of Quaker women friends of hers penned a declaration of sentiments. Their thesis in that declaration was that the history of mankind is the history of repeated injuries and usurpation on the part of man toward women, having as its object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over her. And then that's, it goes on from there in that fervid kind of manner. It doesn't admit that men ever acted to protect women and children. It does not admit that.
And this is what most women believe even today, that the history of the West is white men oppressing women, and that's what men have done from the beginning of time. And women are like children because they believe this. They never do any research, or the vast majority never do any research, is what I meant to say. Hardly a woman alive today, from here, anywhere in this realm, has looked into this enough to say, it's false. Feminism sold us a lie. We were not oppressed. We were actually protected by men. We were cared for. We were, in a sense, put on a pedestal rather than oppressed. We were spared the horrors of war and brutality. Our men fought for us and protected us and did everything to make society better, safer, healthier, life easier. Women don't see it that way. The vast majority of women believe the feminist lie that women were oppressed from the beginning of time and treated like cattle. And it's laughable. The reason I'm laughing, even if you studied art history, going back through Western art, women were idealized and seen as beautiful in the West by white men. But women have worked for decades now, generations, to try to make men not like you anymore. Because you view men with hatred, with contempt, spite, even your own sons, a lot of times. Millions of you, women. Feminism took over. And there's hardly a woman that doesn't believe this shit and doesn't resent men deep down and distrust men. And you can't love men or love a man as your husband if you believe that men oppressed women, all women throughout history. And a lot of women do believe that. So right there, feminism has you by the mind because they have you believing something that's completely false. And a lot of you will never do the amount of research on this that I've already done over the years. You never will. You'll just believe, which is easier. Less work, less energy. That's what most people do. Most women, I'm not speaking about the few watching my channel. Most women in America, Canada, United Kingdom, wherever, will never do a drop of research into this to find out they got scammed. So no, I do not believe that you're my equal. I don't believe that you'll do the work to find out, oh, that's why Stephen's against feminism. Because he understands what it is and what it's done. And you don't. Most people have opinions that are baseless, empty, no research. They're unresearched, they're unread, they're ignorant, they're lazy, but they believe. And that's all they need in this realm is believers. Believers in feminism, believers in media, believers in government, believers in lies. And most humans are that. You're believers. You're not truth seekers. You don't want to know the truth, the true history of feminism, the terrorism, the arsons, what the quote unquote suffragettes did in the earlier 1900s. You don't want to know. You just want to believe feminism is a movement that helps women and that it's about quote unquote equality and just all this shit. And that's why most women are brainwashed, and you could say it's not their fault. Well, do they ever look into things? I'm not a feminist, but I know more about your movement or the movement that most women support than they do. because I spent a lot of time looking into it long before I started these YouTube channels. Before any of you knew me, I spent a lot of time looking into this.
Any aspect of the building of civilization, any aspect of the gender order as it developed naturally because of men's and women's different capabilities and roles, that it developed in order to protect women and children and to provide for them, or that it developed according to the basic, biologically based natures of men and women. It did not admit that at all. And I have not found any significant statement by a feminist since that time, or even earlier, if you go back to 1792, to Mary Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Woman. It also breathes the conviction that women have been oppressed and oppressed only by men, always denied their natural rights, always treated with contempt, always treated as the other, as Simone de Beauvoir declared in 1949. It's just there in every phase of the feminist movement. Deep anger, a special loathing and repulsion for male sexuality, a conviction that the family is the site of women's oppression. Early feminists, back in the 1850s, used phrases like sex slavery to describe the position of women in the family and in marriage in particular, of course. And also this conviction, as I say, of female moral supremacism, that if women ran the world, women would do a much, much better job. No recognition that men have ever acted with benevolent intentions towards women. Yeah, it's quite something, and overt calls for male extermination amongst feminists who are still celebrated today as leaders in the feminist movement. If you take a women's studies course, you may.
So how are men as a whole, overall, young men, middle-aged men, older men, supposed to trust women when women are quite capable of falling into or joining up with hate cults, demonizing men, demonizing all men, believing this shit? We're supposed to believe that women have good discernment and that women are good leaders when what you do mostly is follow liars and hate cults. Now, it's not every woman, but it doesn't have to be. It's the majority. The majority of women today on Earth in the West are feminists and believe that the feminist movement was necessary, was good, was healthy, was about equality. All that you believe is shit in terms of feminism. So is a man supposed to just give you a pass for that and say, well, almost every woman believes it, but they're still my equal in terms of mental faculties, cognitive ability, discernment, judgment, not being gullible? I would say no, you're not. You're demonstrating by the millions of you that you're not, by the hundreds and hundreds of millions that you can't see clearly. You're duped, and you're easily duped by stuff that's obvious. Just the fact that feminism exists and is believed by so many women is a proof that women are especially susceptible to propaganda, to hate cults, to turning on men, to believing false narratives, to being duped and deceived and used like pawns in a war or puppets. You're living proof. Now, a lot of women want to be treated as equal to men. Well, your feminist movement, you being part of that, shows that you aren't my equal. Will every man say what I just said? No, most would be afraid because most women would go after their jobs or families That's the other thing. Men are afraid to speak the truth because women are vindictive and will target you and try to ruin your life if you do speak the truth about women and feminism. You can't get me fired. You can't get me canceled. So bring it on. I know that most of you in this realm hate the truth and hate truth speakers. You show that all the time. In general, overall, humanity shows that. But I would say women, especially so, are vindictive. And they can't take it when someone speaks the truth that they don't like to hear. The fact that that feminism is so popular shows a lot about the female gender.
Something and overt calls
Extermination
for male
And by the way, if you have the guts or think that I'm wrong about feminism, you're welcome to email me and come on my show as a guest live. I don't do debates in private. It's all public. I want people to be able to see it and hear it. Come on my show and show me how I'm wrong about feminism or about the female gender. And I think you will do as well as some of the mouthy guests that came on my channel and got exposed as liars and unable to give a straight answer to a question. I think that's what would happen. But you're free to try it. And I'm letting you know ahead of time so you don't humiliate yourself. I'm very knowledgeable on the topic. I know what's gone on because I've done my due diligence. I've done research for years. And a lot of you just have big yapping mouths. You don't know anything. You want to argue against things out of emotions, not out of knowledge. That's very common in your realm. And it's especially common with feminists. And it's a hate cult that you're defending.
extermination amongst feminists who are still celebrated today as leaders in the feminist movement. If you take a women's studies course, you may well read a widely admired writer named Valerie Solanas, who wrote something called the Scum Manifesto, published in 1967. Scum stood for the Society for Cutting Up Men. And she called for women to exterminate men. And she said that men were eaten up with...
Reverse the genders and see if that would be tolerated. If it would be admired, studied. No, it wouldn't be. The fact is, this society favors women. It's a gynocentric society. It's not a patriarchy. Women are the favored sex in this society. They're even put before children. Women and children first. Women are placed first in this society. Now, they may feel oppressed because they don't get millions of dollars handed to them, free money and everything that they've talked about, but they're delusional. They don't realize how tough it is for the average boy or average man in society. They don't care, and they don't even look at it that way. But women in the West are not oppressed whatsoever. You're given special treatment. You get away with a lot of things that would land men in jail.
And she said that men were eaten up with hatred and envy of women. And because they recognized that women were superior, women had every right to hate men because men were inferior and brutish. She said that women had a prior right to existence over men, just as human beings have a prior right to existence over dogs. And she said that men were such sick, miserable individuals that eliminating them
and these writings
was
are
a
taught.
righteous
That's
and a
what
good
it's based
act.
on from these,
Now, she
these
was,
women.
yes, these writers are, yes, they're taught.
They're taught in colleges and universities across America and Canada. And very few women, by the many thousands that have been in those classes, have come out and expressed disdain and said how it's wrong and talked about it and called it out as propaganda and hate. Hardly any women ever do that. They listen and go, oh, yeah, yeah, men are that way. There's almost no pushback against feminism, and there hasn't been for generations, which is very telling as well. How do sons get born? Well, they have mothers. Do their mothers ever stand up for their defenseless newborn sons being under attack by society and institutions, government, universities? A whole movement, a multi-billion-dollar feminist movement. If anything, it isn't men that have contempt and hatred for women. It's the other way around, I think. And I think it's very easy for evil billionaires to get women to hate men, which is very revealing about women and the nature of women. It's very revealing. It doesn't take much to get you to hate your own sons, does it?
Yeah, I was just recently reading Mary Daly's book, Gyne Ecology, the Meta-Ethics of Radical Feminism. Mary Daly was a professor of religious philosophy and theology at Boston College, a Catholic college. She was employed there for many decades before she was finally forced to retire because she wouldn't allow male students to take her upper level classes. She, in that book, which also asserts immeasurable female superiority to men and actually advocates female separatism. She thought women could only thrive if they lived completely independently of men. She cites Valerie Solanas as a particularly astute and insightful commentator on the nature of maleness. Valerie Solanas actually put her exterminationist views into practice. She tried to murder Andy Warhol and his manager and an art critic who were with him. She did
No
actually
way.
shoot Andy Warhol a number of times. Yes, with a .32 caliber pistol, she shot him, and he almost died. He was pronounced dead at the scene, but he was revised. The bullets that she fired into him pierced various
Like a
internal
girdle?
organs, and he had to wear a
Oh.
kind of one of those, like a corset, or a girdle to
Nice.
keep his organs
Oh.
in place for the rest of his life. He was terrified for the rest of his life as a result of this near-death experience. Now, Valerie Solanas was mentally ill when she did this, but feminists have never expressed any particular concern about the direct relationship between her calls for the extermination of men and her actual extermination attempt. She's been celebrated. There's an admiring biography of her by a woman named Brianna Foz. She is, taught admiringly.
Hello guys, it's me, as you can see. Why is it so difficult? Every time I sit down to do a video now, I never know how to intro the damn thing. Not that it really matters. It's these fake people. Hello YouTube. Anyway, there's so much coming up, I feel, for a lot of souls. So much. This whole plane of existence is just vomiting out all the filthy, evil distortion. And that means that we're feeling it, right? And especially soul travelers are really feeling it. You're really, really going to feel it. You're going to feel it mentally, you're going to feel it emotionally, ergo you're going to feel it physically. You're going to feel it reverberate throughout your entire being, your life, your environment. And the clear seeing is what follows a purge. You get more and more clear on what has really been going on here, what the setup really is. For me, a hell of a lot of childhood stuff is coming up big time, really big time, and the memories, because when you are very badly abused as a child, it all becomes a bit of a blur, right? So you don't remember a lot, and for me a lot of stuff is coming up, even stuff that I did remember do remember, but I'm not really feeling, I'm not really understanding the meaning of how sick and evil and distorted that really was, or that really was, or that really was, right? And it's a shock to the system when that happens. It is part of the healing journey, but it's extremely fucking tough to work through, because it's a shock to the system, because all this time you've carried that within yourself.
All right, I'm going to end the stream soon. I'm just going to share a little bit more with you. Esoterica series, my latest video. Does your perspective change reality?
There will come a time when you look back and realize I told you the truth. I showed you. I proved it. Observable truth. Verifiable I showed you what this realm is. I showed you how it works. I showed you where you are. I showed you how the pieces fit. I shared evidence. I shared evidence. If you deny it and run away from
I did show you. Hello. Hello. Once again, this is my newest Esoterica video. Does your perspective change reality? I think you should check it out. I think you should take a look. It's 55 minutes, 55 seconds. Drop a link in the chat. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. I'm going to end the stream here. I recommend that you watch my Esoterica video. My newest. I have over 140 in that playlist, my Esoterica series. Thank you for watching. Mad love and strength to all good, true authentic spirits, truth seekers, truth speakers, good, caring spirits. Thanks for watching. I will see you again soon. Bye for now. Good night, wherever you are.
Demons. Do you want to play? Answer me, face me. Do you want to play? Show me your rate, show me your rate. Do you want to play? Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them. Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows.